Chapter 3467. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. How could things be as simple as the sea lion thought? Even the little rabbit had to listen to the beast god and was not allowed to intervene in the affairs of the various continents, let alone the sea lion emperor. The sea lion emperor, as one of the 8 beast emperors under the beast god, naturally had to abide by this rule. So, it was impossible for the sea lion emperor to help them. Of course, it was no wonder that the sea lion thought so. After all, its cultivation was too weak. Its status in the heavenly cloud sea was equivalent to an ordinary person in a kingdom. Therefore, it could only come into contact with a few things. In its opinion, since Qin Feiyang and the others had such a good relationship with the little rabbit, then the sea lion emperor would definitely help Qin Feiyang and the others for the sake of the little rabbit. It could also be considered a good intention. But then again, after coming to the heavenly cloud sea so many times, he had never seen the 8 beast emperors. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at the sea lion and asked, "Brother, where does the sea lion emperor live?" "Lion King Island. If you want to go, I can lead the way for you." There seemed to be a trace of yearning in the sea lion's eyes. The white-eyed wolf said strangely, "Look at your eyes, you haven't been to Lion King Island either." Cough cough. The sea lion coughed dryly, looking quite embarrassed. "You brat, you are a bit treacherous. You obviously want to follow us to Lion King Island to take a look, but you still say that you will lead the way for us? It's as if you are very familiar with the sea lion emperor." The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. "Brother wolf, haven't you heard of the saying, life is hard, don't expose it?" The sea lion said angrily. "Were you calling cheap? Are you asking for a beating?" The white-eyed wolf waved its claws, looking unfriendly. "Ah." The sea lion grinned and said, "I really want to go to Lion King Island to take a look. You may not know, but the cultivation grounds of the 8 beast emperors are all holy lands in our eyes." "Holy land?" The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The sea lion whispered, "I heard that Lion King Island is not only rich in resources but also time array. How can we not envy?" "I see." The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization and said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a time array? It's nothing." The sea lion looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. A time array was just a small matter? His tone was even more arrogant than athlete's foot. "Are you looking down on me?" The white-eyed wolf raised its eyebrows and immediately began to form seals with its 2 claws. With the emergence of the law of time, a pentagram appeared in an instant, exuding an obscure aura. "This is?" The sea lion was bewildered. The white-eyed wolf smiled smugly. It waved its paw again and the 5-pointed star shone brightly, enveloping the sea lion island beneath it. Several breaths of time passed. The pentagram fused with Sea Lion Island. "You also control the laws of time?" The sea lion was bewildered. "Of course." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and said generously, "I'll give you this time array. Although it may not be as good as the time array of Lion King Island, it's still 500 years in a day." The sea lion was ecstatic. It nodded and bowed, "Thank you, brother wolf. From now on you are my brother. If you want me to face east, I will definitely not face west." "Good boy." The white-eyed wolf rubbed the sea lion's head like a human, and the sea lion also seemed very docile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Why did it feel like a scene of an old father doting on his son? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea lion and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll help you to the end. We will also turn Sea Lion Island into a holy land for cultivation for you." "Thank you, thank you." The sea lion was overjoyed. He didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a horsetail whisk appeared and he said with a smile, "Help me refine Sea Lion Island." The horsetail whisk immediately released a divine power that poured into the island below. Following closely, Qin Feiyang took out 2 more spirit veins and crystal veins from the Devil's Land. Now, the spirit veins and crystal veins in the Devil's Land had almost reached the level of 9th order divine rank. 2 of the same, a total of 4. 4 of them were enough to change this island. After doing all this, Qin Feiyang sent the horsetail whisk to his sea of qi and looked at the sea lion with a smile. "This island has been refined by the horsetail whisk. Unless it's a sovereign divine weapon, no one can destroy it." "I'm so grateful, really." The sea lion was so excited that it was a little incoherent. The time array, the refinement of a sovereign divine weapon, and 4 9th order divine rank spirit veins and crystal veins. Although this island wasn't big, it could already be called a holy land. It was more than enough for it to cultivate here alone. "You helped us, so we definitely can't treat you unfairly. However, you still have to rely on yourself for the road of growth in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The sea lion nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then give us the coordinates of Lion King Island. Let's go visit the Sea Lion Emperor." Okay. The sea lion immediately gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Lion King Island. Located in the eastern part of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, which was the side close to the eastern continent. Therefore it was still quite far from the Sea Lion Island. Because the Sea Lion Island was in the western part of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, which was close to the western continent. However, for the white-eyed wolf who had mastered the laws of space and time, distance was not a problem. And the Lion King Island was very big, probably comparable to half of the Great Qin. From afar, it looked like a continent floating on the sea. On the island, high mountains and steep ridges, verdant vegetation, abundant essence energy and traces of sea beasts could be seen everywhere. However, there were no signs of slaughter here. Everyone was staying together peacefully, making the island appear extremely peaceful and peaceful. Swish. Suddenly, above the island, a space-time crack appeared. The sea beasts on the island below sensed the aura of the space-time crack and couldn't help but raise their heads to look, their eyes filled with doubt. A man and a wolf walked out of the space-time crack. And the sea beasts on the island were stunned for a moment before retracting their gazes and ignoring them. It was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "What do you mean? Do you think we are air?" The white-eyed wolf glanced at the sea beasts below with a look of astonishment. "They must have recognized us." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It seemed that the entire Heavenly Cloud Sea already knew of their existence. Moreover, the sea beasts in the Heavenly Cloud Sea had no hostility towards them. They also knew that they would not mess around in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. "Come down." Suddenly, a voice full of vigor and incomparable majesty sounded from a giant mountain below. The giant mountain was located in the center of the Lion King Island. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and flew towards the giant mountain. They saw a statue of a sea lion standing on the top of the mountain. It was about 100 meters high and had both divinity and divinity. It stood on the top of the mountain like an overlord overlooking the sea. Putting aside its temperament, it looked no different from other sea lions from the outside. However, there was an ice crystal-like jade horn on the head of this sea lion. Below, the majestic voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a large cave halfway up the mountain. The voice came from inside. One man and one wolf turned into a stream of light and landed outside the cave, looking inside. Inside was a spacious cave. The ground was covered with a layer of water-colored stones. If one didn't look carefully, it looked like water flowing on the ground. There were also many shells and other decorations inlaid on the walls. As a whole, it looked like a water-moon cave. It was very beautiful. On the side of the cave, there was a clear spring that was constantly gushing out. There was a row of stones piled up next to it, forming a pool of about 5 or 6 meters in size. And in the pool, there was a 1-meter-long sea lion lying on its stomach. The hair on its body was soaked in the water and was as soft as silk. Its eyes were sky blue like the blue sky. On its head, there was a jade horn that looked like an ice crystal. "Come in." The Sea Lion Emperor raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "One man and one wolf walked into the cave. Sit down first." The Sea Lion Emperor pointed to the center of the cave. There was a tea table made of seashells and 4 chairs made of polished seashells. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf walked over and sat on the chairs, looking around curiously. Although there were no gorgeous pearls, agate, or jade, the colorful shells were also pleasing to the eye. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, the Sea Lion Emperor walked out of the pool and turned into a handsome young man. The jade horn on his head also disappeared, but a shining jade horn mark appeared between his eyebrows, looking like a delicate crescent moon. The Sea Lion Emperor walked to the tea table and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. He showed a gentle and polite smile and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." As he turned into his human form, his voice became soft, elegant, and outstanding. No. It's us 2 juniors who came rashly and disturbed seniors' meditation. Please forgive us." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. The Sea Lion Emperor sized up Qin Feiyang. His first impression of Qin Feiyang was very good. He immediately took out a jug of wine and 3 wine cups. The wine cups were made of seashells and were as big as a baby's fist. While pouring the wine, the Sea Lion Emperor smiled and said, "Qin Feiyang's name is like thunder in the sky cloud boundary. In front of senior, it's all just playing house." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head and laughed. He returned the wine cup to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Try it. Although it's not a divine brew and can't be compared to your black tortoise divine brew, but if you taste it carefully, you will be able to taste another flavor." "You know about the black tortoise divine brew?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. Some time ago, I went to Uncle Rabbit's place to play for a few days. He kept showing off to me." The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head and smiled. "This is his character." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, picked up the wine cup, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. He then tasted it. The taste was really unique, it seemed to have the smell of the sea. "Too bad." The white-eyed wolf was quite impolite. He shook his head after taking a sip. First it was the black tortoise divine brew, and now there was a wine better than the black tortoise divine brew. His mouth has long been picky. Half of the best wines simply couldn't enter his eyes. Hearing this, the Sea Lion Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "It's a lot worse than the divine brew, but for ordinary people, this wine is almost the same. After all, not everyone can drink the divine brew." Chapter 3468. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he looked at the white-eyed wolf, and the white-eyed wolf also looked at Qin Feiyang. A smile flashed in the eyes of one man and one wolf. It seems that this Sea Lion Emperor is also a wine lover. In that case, why not cater to his taste? Stabilize the relationship. Their relationship with the little rabbit is already very stable. If they have a good relationship with the 8 beast emperors, then the heavenly cloud sea will be their shelter in the future. If they can't beat the dragons, they can hide in the heavenly cloud sea. What can the dragons do to them? "Why did you come to Lion King Island to find me?" "If it's about the dragons, then don't speak because I really can't do anything about it." Sea Lion Emperor took a sip of wine and looked at the man and the wolf with a smile. No. This time we came here with no purpose, purely to visit Senior. After all, the heavenly cloud sea has helped us a lot over the years. This kindness can't be forgotten." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said. Sea Lion Emperor said, "The one who helped you seems to be Uncle Rabbit. Isn't it the same? Whether it's Big Brother or Senior, they are all members of the heavenly cloud sea. Besides, the sea beasts of the heavenly cloud sea are helping them, so they must have the acquiescence of the 8 beast emperors." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Sea Lion Emperor was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "I have long heard that Qin Feiyang is a smart person who knows how to repay kindness. Now that I see you, you really live up to your reputation." "Senior, you flatter me." Qin Feiyang blushed with shame as he shook his head. After pondering for a while, he said, "However, Junior has suddenly thought of a question. If it's possible, I hope that Senior can help Junior answer it." "Say it." Sea Lion Emperor smiled. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why are you helping me?" Sea Lion Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head in confusion. "This is the meaning of the beast god, we don't understand. But there must be a reason. First of all, this Junior is from the lower realms, and has nothing to do with the heavenly cloud sea. Secondly, I can't give the heavenly cloud sea anything. On the contrary, I'll only bring trouble to the heavenly cloud sea. Senior Beast God's way of doing things is beyond this Junior's comprehension. If I have to guess, please forgive me for being suspicious. Could this be?" When Qin Feiyang said this, he felt a little embarrassed to continue. The Sea Lion Emperor put down his glass and looked at Qin Feiyang in silence. The atmosphere seemed to have changed, but he suddenly smiled and asked, "Are you trying to say that the Beast God has other motives?" "Senior, please forgive me. This Junior is truly unwilling to think that way. However, since young, this Junior has experienced too many schemes and machinations. Thus, there are times when this Junior cannot help but think in this direction. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed apologetically. "Don't worry. Everyone climbed up step by step from the lowest level. Your doubts are understandable. Moreover, I also appreciate your straightforwardness. Unlike other humans who say one thing on the surface and another in secret. However, I really can't give you an accurate answer because I really don't know about this matter. I guess Uncle Rabbit should know. If you really want to know the truth, you can find a way to pry open his mouth." The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and then returned to the chair and sighed, "You should also be clear about Big Brother's temper. If he doesn't want to say something, it's useless even if you put a knife on his neck. Besides, no one in the heavenly cloud realm has the ability to put a knife on his neck." The Sea Lion Emperor couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "This is true. Uncle Rabbit's strength is far beyond us 8 beast emperors." "Beyond you?" The white-eyed wolf was surprised. "Yes. Although we didn't hand it over, we always feel a great sense of oppression when we get along with it. As for its specific strength, we don't know. The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head. This is too mysterious, the white-eyed wolf murmured. The more he inquired, the more shocked he was. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled and said, now the dragons are chasing you everywhere. Why don't you stay on Lion King Island? Relatively speaking, it's safer than outside. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely come to Lion King Island. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. Qin Feiyang's meaning was already very obvious, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the dragons. In that case, he naturally wouldn't force him. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked expectantly at the Sea Lion Emperor and said, Senior, can you tell us a little bit about the situation of the dragon race and the other 3 forbidden lands? No. Don't blame me, this is what Uncle Rabbit told me. Uncle Rabbit, you can't afford to offend him, and I can't afford to offend him either. The Sea Lion Emperor laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This little rabbit really gave people a headache. In fact, he came to find the Sea Lion Emperor on one hand to get to know this powerful existence, and on the other hand he wanted to inquire about the situation of the dragons and the 3 forbidden areas. He came full of expectations, but the result was nothing. No. It's not that he gained nothing, at least he got to know the Sea Lion Emperor and saw the other party's goodwill. With that thought in mind, Qin Feiyang took out the pot of divine wine and handed it to the Sea Lion Emperor. This is? The Sea Lion Emperor was slightly taken aback and looked at the wine pot suspiciously. Black tortoise divine wine. No. If it's black tortoise divine wine, just this pot, how can it be enough to represent Junior's sincerity? This is Junior's subordinate, a newly developed divine wine. I heard that it's better than black tortoise divine wine, so Senior, please help me appraise it and see if it's true? Qin Feiyang laughed. Better than black tortoise divine wine? There was a trace of surprise in the Sea Lion Emperor's eyes and he laughed. Then I really want to try. After saying that, he took the wine pot and pulled out the cork. A dragon shadow rushed out immediately, and the intoxicating wine fragrance suddenly filled the cave. This fragrance. The Sea Lion Emperor was stunned. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang winked at the white-eyed wolf, and the man and the wolf got up and left silently. Sky Cloud Island. There was no place more peaceful than here. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf landed on the top of the mountain and scanned the surroundings, but they didn't find any trace of the little rabbit. Wait for me, I'll go find Zhao Si and get another pot of divine wine. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said before entering the black tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the top of the mountain, walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountains were undulating and the ancient trees towered into the sky. It looked calm and ordinary, but in the eyes of the white-eyed wolf, there seemed to be a sense of mystery. The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned slightly, and like a bolt of lightning, it disappeared into the mountains below. Not long later, Qin Feiyang grabbed a wine pot and appeared from the black tortoise world. Looking around, he was slightly stunned. Where is this wolf cup? Didn't they agree to let it wait here? Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Swish. Not long later, the white-eyed wolf rushed up from the mountains below. Where did it go? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't ask, follow me. After the white-eyed wolf said, it turned around and flew down. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly followed. A man and a wolf arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a dense forest, and the ground was piled with thick piles of dead branches and leaves, emitting a damp and rotten smell. Look. The white-eyed wolf stood at the foot of the mountain, pointing at the cliff of the giant peak. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that there was a cave entrance on the cliff that was more than 10 meters above the ground. The cave entrance was about 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, and it was pitch black inside. Where is this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I don't know. The white-eyed wolf shook its head, pondered for a while and whispered, but I guess this should be the little rabbit's cave residence. Maybe the little lunatic and the others are inside. Didn't you go in and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. No. I was afraid of being discovered by the little rabbit. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and curiously looked at the cave entrance. This should also be a cave residence. Could such a place accommodate thousands of people? Could it be that there was another universe inside? Do you want to go in and take a look? The white-eyed wolf asked. Let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded. The little rabbit never let them run around on the island, so it must be hiding some secrets. However, when a man and a wolf flew to the entrance of the cave and were about to enter, The little rabbit suddenly came out of the dark cave residence and stood in front of the cave entrance. Big brother, Uncle Rabbit, the man and the wolf suddenly felt guilty. What do you want to do? The little rabbit raised its eyebrows and looked at them playfully. Nothing, nothing. Seeing that you are not here, we have nothing to do, so we walk around and enjoy the scenery of Sky Cloud Island. The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and laughed dryly. Is that so? The teasing in the little rabbit's eyes became even stronger. The white-eyed wolf's eyes rolled around, and suddenly saw the wine jug in Qin Feiyang's hand. Then he kicked Qin Feiyang hard and scolded, "Didn't you want Big Brother's wine? What are you waiting for?" Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and brought the wine jug in front of the little rabbit. The little rabbit looked at the wine jug and was slightly stunned. The ingrate leaned forward and chuckled. "Big brother, this is a new divine brew that we've developed. We've just brewed it and we've brought it over for you to try. Look at how much we're showing you respect. A newly developed divine wine." The little rabbit was stunned. Looking at the wine jug, he glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Don't fool Uncle Rabbit." "How would I dare? Try it and you'll know," the white-eyed wolf said. The little rabbit took the wine jug skeptically and pulled out the cork. The fragrance of the wine immediately surged out. "It's really different from the black tortoise divine wine." The little rabbit's eyes lit up and immediately took a small sip. His entire body was instantly immersed in the sea of wine. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf rushed towards the cave residence with a swoosh. However, just as it was about to enter the cave, the little rabbit suddenly raised its claws and grabbed the white-eyed wolf, throwing it into the clouds. Chapter 3469. Qin Feiyang looked at the little rabbit in astonishment. This guy's reaction was too fast. He hurriedly looked up at the sky. Where was the white-eyed wolf thrown to? "Little trash, you actually dare to play tricks in front of Uncle Rabbit?" The little rabbit smiled disdainfully and glanced at Qin Feiyang. "Big brother, it has nothing to do with me." Qin Feiyang hurriedly distanced himself from this. The little rabbit pouted and looked at the wine jug in his hand. He frowned and said, "There's dragon blood in this wine? Big brother is indeed worthy of being a wine immortal." Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. Hearing this, the little rabbit couldn't help but roll his eyes. This flattering skill was too bad. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could taste the essence of dragon blood in it. "You hunted a divine dragon?" the little rabbit asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You're starting to counterattack so quickly. However, the grudge between you and the dragons can't be resolved." The little rabbit sighed. "I never thought of reconciling with them." Qin Feiyang sneered. "It's good to have such spirit, but you have to act according to your ability. In short, before you have enough confidence, I suggest you confront the dragons head-on," the little rabbit said. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's good that you know." The little rabbit smiled and then bared his teeth. "How much of this wine is left? Is it really something you guys researched? This is more precious than the black tortoise divine wine." "Of course it's something we researched. Didn't I tell you last time that I have people who specialize in brewing divine wine? However, there really isn't much of this divine wine now. Because just this jug of wine will take 10 years to brew," Qin Feiyang explained. Counting from the moment Zhao Si asked him for dragon blood, it took 10 years to brew a jug, and 1,000 years had passed in the black tortoise world. In other words, there were at most 100 jugs. Only this much can be brewed in 10 years? The little rabbit was stunned. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang felt helpless. "All right. This wine can definitely be called a top-quality divine wine. All the wine I've drunk in my life can fill the entire heavenly cloud ocean, but this is the first time I've drunk such a good divine wine. To be able to research such a divine brew, your subordinates are quite powerful." The little rabbit sighed with emotion, looking at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of envy. "Fill the heavenly cloud ocean? Isn't this a little exaggerated?" Qin Feiyang's lips twitched. The heavenly cloud sea was incomparably vast. Even the 4 continents added together couldn't compare to it. Just how much wine would it take to fill it up? "Little brother, we're brothers, right?" Suddenly, the little rabbit's eyes flashed as she stared at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, "Why?" The little rabbit said with a sinister smile, "Since we are brothers, then your people are also my people. Lend me your winemakers for a few days?" "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang didn't even think about it and directly refused. What a joke. Was the divine brew important? No. Talents were the most important. Only a talented person could brew a divine brew. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures there were, it was useless. Besides, with the little rabbit's personality borrowing it for a few days? Then it was guaranteed that it would be borrowed and not returned. The little rabbit's face darkened and said angrily, "Do you still treat me as a big brother?" "Of course. But that's that, right? I can give you the wine but the people never think about it. Besides, as a big brother, you have the nerve to come here and poach my people?" Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of contempt. Hearing this, the little rabbit looked embarrassed and said angrily, "Who said I was poaching? I'm just borrowing it, understand?" Yes. Borrow, borrow and it'll be gone, I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. The little rabbit's mouth twitched and snorted coldly, "I've never seen such a stingy person like you. It's useless no matter what you say, I'm not lending it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Fine. The little rabbit waved its paws, inwardly furious. "Then this wine. Right, what's the name of this wine? Give me some more, how can this little be enough to drink?" "This wine doesn't have a name yet. As for giving it to you, there's really no way now. When I went to get the wine just now, there's only this one jar in stock. Save it, wait for a while, when there's more in stock I'll send it to you." Qin Feiyang smiled. In fact, there were dozens of jars in stock, but things that were too easy to obtain did not seem so precious. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment crept up the little rabbit's eyes, nodding, "All right, there's still Black Tortoise Divine Brew anyway, I'll make do with it." Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, smiling bitterly. "Black Tortoise Divine Brew is also a divine brew, okay? Making do with it, you really dare to say that? You know nothing about wine, you don't know that although this wine and the Black Tortoise Divine Brew are both divine brews, they're not on the same level. Let me tell you, this wine can be said to be unique in the entire sky cloud boundary." The little rabbit said. "Is that amazing?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You think Uncle Rabbit is joking with you? For those who love wine, not to mention a jar, even a small cup is enough to make them go crazy. Forget it, you don't understand, it's useless to tell you. But the name of this wine, since it's the only one in the world, it should be given a more awesome name." Saying so, the little rabbit lowered its head and pondered. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "According to what you're saying, just call it the number one divine brew. Isn't it just a name? What's there to care about? What's important is the connotation, not the appearance." "Number one divine brew?" The little rabbit was stunned, disdainfully saying, "Can you think of a more tacky name? How uncultured, how about this, call it the unparalleled divine brew, unparalleled in the world." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Unparalleled divine brew? Isn't that tacky? Why does it feel even tackier than the name of the number one divine brew?" The little rabbit didn't think so at all, it even touched its chin narcissistically and chuckled, "Uncle Rabbit is really smart to make such a happy decision, unparalleled divine brew. As long as you're happy." Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. The little rabbit grinned, "Kid, tell your people to hurry up and brew, try to brew a few thousand jars a month." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "A few thousand jars a month? Is it crazy? Didn't I tell it that it can only brew one jar every 10 years? Doesn't your Black Tortoise world have a time array? 1 day is 1,000 years, 10 days is 10,000 years, 30 days is 30,000 years. And one jar only takes 10 years, 30,000 years. As long as they don't slack off, it's more than enough." The little rabbit waved its paw and said, "You really think of them as wine brewing machines? Others also have to cultivate, okay?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Speaking until here, his eyes rolled and he said, "Why don't you go to the Black Tortoise world and help set up a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day? This way they can brew more unparalleled divine brew and have time to cultivate, not delaying both. After all this time you're planning this, kid." The little rabbit glanced at Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not, I just thought of it." "Dissy." The little rabbit disdainfully shook its head and said, "It's impossible to set up a time array, but if you make Uncle Rabbit happy, there might be a surprise one day." "What surprise?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "If I say it now, can it be called a surprise? Besides, Uncle Rabbit is very unhappy now." The little rabbit snorted. All right, I'll get them to work overtime to brew the divine brew for you." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Why did it feel like he was coaxing a child? "That's more like it. All right, hurry up and scram. In the future, other than delivering wine, don't come here blindly." The little rabbit waved its paw impatiently. "Damn heartless." Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. With a stomach full of displeasure, he soared into the air and stood above the island, sweeping his gaze around. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf was like a drowned rat, flying over in a sorry state with an aggressive aura. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the white-eyed wolf, saying, forget it, don't bother with it. Let's go to the eastern continent. Damn it, if it weren't for giving you face, I guarantee that I'll tear down this Sky Cloud Island. The white-eyed wolf cursed fiercely. Why don't you try tearing it down? The little rabbit flew over. No, you heard wrong. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Just as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf turned around and were about to enter the space-time transmission channel, the little rabbit suddenly asked, Boy, did you throw away that golden badge? Golden badge? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The white-eyed wolf's eyes also had a trace of suspicion. The little rabbit said, It's the badge you showed me when you first came to the Sky Cloud realm. I also told you that it's a hot potato, so you should throw it away as soon as possible. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, patted his head, and immediately searched in the universe ring. After a while, a golden badge the size of a baby's fist appeared. It was overflowing with light, and there was a divine dragon engraved on it. You didn't throw it away. The little rabbit smiled meaningfully. Qin Feiyang said, I felt that this badge was very important, so I didn't throw it away. The little rabbit's eyes flashed, saying, Since you can't bear to throw it away, then keep it well. It will be useful in the future. Useful? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. You will understand in the future. The little rabbit smiled mysteriously, waved its paw, and ordered him to leave. Qin Feiyang frowned, took the badge, turned around, and entered the space-time transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf. Ice Dragon, this guy didn't take back this badge? What does it want to do? After Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf left, the little rabbit frowned and muttered to itself. It seemed that this matter was a bit beyond imagination. Qin Feiyang, this kid, besides the power of the purple gold dragon blood, what other secrets did he have? Otherwise, why didn't Ice Dragon do it himself? Chapter 3470. Cloud Sea City. Outside the city, there were layers upon layers of mountains and dense vegetation. In a certain dense forest, a man and a wolf walked out of a spatial rift. Not far away there happened to be two humans and a few fierce beasts fighting. But when they saw the man and the wolf, regardless of whether it was the two humans or the fierce beasts, they all stopped and looked at the man and the wolf with reverence in their eyes. Yes, the man and the wolf were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were slightly stunned when they saw the two humans and the fierce beasts, and then they chuckled and said, Continue. After that, the man and the wolf were about to turn around and leave. Brother Qin, wait. Suddenly, the two humans spoke. They were two middle-aged men in ordinary clothes. They were in a sorry state as they fought with a few fierce beasts. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and turned to look at them suspiciously. The fierce beasts glanced at each other, turned around, and fled. Obviously, they were afraid of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. I really didn't expect to meet Brother Qin here. The last time I saw Brother Qin was when we killed the 10th elder of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. The two middle-aged men didn't chase after the fierce beasts. They ran to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with fawning smiles on their faces. It's been a long time since I came to Cloud Sea City. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Actually, they had been to Cloud Sea City when they just came out of the Shadow Demon Land, but they had changed their appearances so that no one knew. Brother Qin, where are you going? One of the middle-aged men asked. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I'm just taking a stroll. What's the matter? Taking a stroll? The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Then they looked at Qin Feiyang and the ingrate and sighed, You two are indeed very daring. Even in this kind of situation you still dare to run around blindly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The two looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Then one of them smiled and said, Our meeting is fate. If Brother Qin is willing to give us some benefits, we can tell you some important news. Important news? Qin Feiyang was stunned. White-eyed wolf said impatiently, If you have something to say, just say it. If it's really important, we won't mistreat you. It must be very important to you. Besides, we don't dare to speak carelessly before you all. Their expressions were extremely serious, and they didn't seem to be joking. Qin Feiyang sized up the two of them and smiled faintly. How about this? I'll use 2 heaven-defying legendary artifacts to buy your information. Brother Qin, you're not joking, right? You want to buy this information with 2 heaven-defying legendary artifacts? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The two of them looked displeased. Pushing my luck? White-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang stopped White-eyed wolf and looked at the two of them with a smile. Then tell me, what do you want? 2 heaven-defying supreme-level artifacts. 2 heaven-defying supreme-level techniques and 2 heaven-defying supreme-level support techniques. The 2 of them thought for a moment and said, "Damn. You still dare to speak?" White-Eyed Wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you know that we have a kind of control secret technique that can forcibly read other people's memories?" The 2 of them narrowed their eyes and instinctively felt the threat of death. They hurriedly said, "Lord Wolf, please calm down. Our information is definitely worth the money." "Tell me what it is first." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Oh. What if you don't admit it after I tell you?" The 2 of them shook their heads. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If it's really worth it, I'll definitely give it to you." The 2 of them were hesitant. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said with a smile, "Let's go." He really didn't believe that there was any information that was worth 6 heaven-defying supreme-level divine objects. "Don't go." Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. "Don't push your luck." White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flickered with a cold light. No. The 2 of them hurriedly waved their hands. Gritting their teeth, they looked at the 2 of them and said, Fine. We'll tell you first. How much is it worth?" 1 man and 1 wolf looked at the 2 of them in silence, waiting for the 2 of them to speak. "The Demon Palace is now looking for you." The 2 of them looked around and whispered when they saw that there was no one around. "Looking for us?" Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. "That's right." One of them nodded and said in a deep voice, "And they didn't announce this to the public. They did it secretly, so very few people know about it now." "In other words, they are secretly looking for us?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." The 2 of them nodded. "Since they didn't announce it to the public, how did you know?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them curiously. "Of course, it's because we have special channels." The 2 of them chuckled. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "Then do you know why the Demon Palace is looking for us?" "We don't know about that. In short, the enforcers of the Demon Palace are now searching for you." "How is it?" "This information is worth a lot, right?" The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang with anticipation. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads and said, "For you to be able to obtain such insider information, you are indeed quite capable. However, you don't know why the Demon Palace is looking for us, but we know. So, do you think this information is still valuable?" "Ah." The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Could it be that this person already knew about it? Actually, Qin Feiyang didn't know about it, but he wasn't too surprised when he learned about it. Because the dragon's first prince had arrived at the Demon Palace, he would definitely think of ways to find him. As for the dragon's first prince, he only brought the fire dragon and 4 followers out. Why would they look for him with just these few people? Therefore, the dragon's first prince could only ask the Demon Palace to help search for him. Facing the dragons, the Demon Palace naturally didn't dare to resist. Therefore, this was to be expected. "Although it's not worth much, I still have to thank you for your kind intentions. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Qin Feiyang smiled and took out 300 pills. There were 100 Life Divine pills, 100 Sky Sun Divine pills, and 100 Origin Sea Divine pills. Each pill had 7 dragon-shaped core energies. One could say that this was a huge fortune, because the pills on the market had at most 2 or 3 dragon-shaped core energies. For example, these 2 middle-aged men were only at the Great Perfection Imperishable realm. They had probably never seen a pill with 7 dragon-shaped core energies in their entire lives. The 2 of them looked at the 300 pills in a daze. "Thank you again." Qin Feiyang smiled and left with White-Eyed Wolf. Are you trying to get rid of beggars?" Once Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf left, one of them was instantly filled with rage. The other chuckled, "Be content, brother. These are pills with 7 dragon-shaped core energies. Every single one of them is priceless." "That's true, but can it compare to an Exalt-grade divine artifact in God technique?" "No. We can't let them get away with it." That person grunted coldly and flashed towards the city. "Where are you going? Don't be rash and come back. Qin Feiyang isn't someone you can afford to offend. Why don't we stop while we're ahead?" That person turned a deaf ear to his companion's shouts and obstructions. "Fine. You can't blame anyone for courting death. If you don't want it, then I do." The other person snorted coldly. Then he put away the 300 medicinal pills and turned around to enter the forest, disappearing without a trace. Right after the two of them left, Qin Feiyang and the ingrate who had already left walked out from the shadows. That person is really greedy. 300 pills aren't enough. White-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Divine life pill, heavenly sun spirit pill, primal sea spirit pill, these three kinds of pills, needless to say, everyone knew that they were all used to save lives. Especially the divine sun pill and essence sea pill. One was used to repair the sea of consciousness, while the other was used to repair the sea of qi. The most important thing was the 7 dragon-shaped core energies. Even the core disciples of the various superpowers couldn't get their hands on pills of this level. In short, only the super powerhouses of the various superpowers were qualified to enjoy such pills. It could be said that any one of them could be auctioned for a sky-high price. But that person was different. After giving him so many pills, he still wasn't satisfied. Because even if the two of them split the pills, they could still get 150 pills. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This famous saying made sense. Should we kill him? White-eyed wolf asked. No need. This is what I want. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. White-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. What did this mean? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there has to be some friction between us and the demon palace. Only then will it seem more realistic. I see. White-eyed wolf suddenly understood. He deliberately let that person attract the enforcers of the demon palace. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm for a cup of tea. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As expected, other than Elder Hua and the others, no one else in the demon palace knew that they were acting. So when the enforcers arrived, they wouldn't show mercy at all. Of course, the enforcers wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, everyone knew that they had a sovereign divine weapon. However, they would definitely come quietly to investigate their whereabouts. At the same time, Wenxi City. In front of the city gate, the 4 city guards each held a Heaven's Eye stone and investigated the people entering and leaving one by one. The current city guards weren't from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They all belonged to the Demon Palace. However, other than that, they didn't see any enforcers of the Demon Palace. From the looks of it, it was just a routine check. No one would think that they were looking for someone. Not only the city gates, but even the city lord's mansion looked no different from usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of tension. However, in a courtyard behind the city lord's mansion, there was a murderous aura. Outside the courtyard, 10 black-robed men stood straight and looked straight ahead. Their eyes were incomparably sharp. That's right. They were the enforcers of the Demon Palace. Some had high and some had low cultivation. In the attic of the courtyard, a black-robed old man sat beside the tea table. He looked at the teapot on the table with wisps of smoke floating out. There was a cold light in his eyes. Chapter 3471. Suddenly, a guard brought a middle-aged man and hurriedly came to the front of the courtyard. He bowed and said, "Greetings, lords." The middle-aged man also bowed respectfully to the 10 enforcers. "What's the matter?" one of the enforcers asked. The guard pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This person said that he had seen Qin Feiyang outside the city." "Seen Qin Feiyang?" The 10 enforcers were slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Lord, there's news about Qin Feiyang." One of the enforcers immediately turned to look at the courtyard and shouted. The door opened and the old man in black walked out. The enforcers pointed at the middle-aged man and asked. He said that he had seen Qin Feiyang outside the city. The old man in black's eyes flashed as he sized up the middle-aged man and frowned. "How did you know that we're looking for Qin Feiyang?" The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. The 10 enforcers were stunned and suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Only the people from the Demon Palace knew about the pursuit of Qin Feiyang. How did this person know? Did someone leak the news? The old man in black snorted coldly. An invisible and terrifying pressure surged toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Lord, a friend of mine in the Demon Palace told me." "What friend?" The old man in black shouted. "Just an ordinary friend." The middle-aged man was extremely flustered. Elder Hua and Miss Yun personally ordered that no one was allowed to reveal the news of Qin Feiyang's capture to the outside world. However, this so-called ordinary friend of yours actually dared to disobey the order and told you the news. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would an ordinary friend tell you this? The old man in black said angrily. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He had not thought of this at all. He thought that he would be rewarded handsomely by tipping them off, but he did not expect that he would be in a dilemma. If he did not tell them, the Demon Palace would definitely not let him off. But if he told them the truth, The friend who told him the news would definitely be implicated. What to do? One of the law enforcers glanced at the middle-aged man and walked to the side of the black-clothed old man. He whispered, "Sir, we'll interrogate him later. Let's deal with Qin Feiyang first." The old man in black took a deep breath, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Where did you see Qin Feiyang?" "Just outside the city." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. "Who else could it be?" The black-robed old man asked. "There's also a wolf." The middle-aged man said. "Didn't you see Madman in Pei Tianhong?" The old man in black frowned. "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. The law enforcement officer at the side asked softly, "Sir, should we report this to Elder Hua?" "Of course. Even if it's just Qin Feiyang and that Wolf King, it's still not something we can handle. Because they have sovereign weapons." "I see. I'll go back and look for Elder Hua now. You guys follow him out of the city to take a look. Remember, you must not let them find you. It's best if you hide in a spatial divine item. If you're accidentally discovered by them, think of a way to delay them. After all, they still have some friendship with our Devil Palace. As long as you don't act recklessly, they probably won't kill you." The old man in black warned. "Yes." The 10 law enforcement officers bowed and replied. A moment later, the 10 law enforcement officers and the middle-aged man appeared in the sky above the forest. Moreover, they also listened to the old man in black and hid in a spatial divine item. No one. Looking at the empty forest outside, the 10 of them couldn't help but frown. "Sir, I really didn't lie to you. They were here before, but they left later on. Seems like they went over there." The middle-aged man pointed to the northeast direction of the forest and said in a trembling voice. When one of the law enforcement officers heard this, he immediately controlled a spatial divine item and flew over there. Along the way they encountered many beasts and humans. However, they didn't find any traces of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Could it be that they have already left? The 10 law enforcement officers couldn't help but frown. "I'll go out and ask around." One of the law enforcement officers' eyes dimmed. He left the spatial divine item and asked the beasts and humans. However, those beasts and humans said that they didn't see Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Hence, the group of law enforcement officers controlled the spatial divine item and returned to their original place. Scanning the forest outside, one of the law enforcement officers glanced at the middle-aged man. He then looked at the other law enforcement officers and raised his eyebrows. "If he's not lying, then Qin Feiyang has really left. Then are we still waiting?" Another law enforcement officer asked. "Let's wait. Elder Hua and the rest should be arriving soon." The law enforcement officer pondered for a while and said, "The Black Tortoise World." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf had been sitting in the tea garden, paying attention to the situation outside. "It's been so long. They should be here by now. However, why haven't I seen a single shadow?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the scene in the void and was puzzled. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, "Could they be hiding in the spatial divine item?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He pondered for a while and nodded. "That might be possible. After all, they know that we have a sovereign divine weapon and don't dare to confront us directly." "Then shall we go out and take a look?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Sure." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup while the white-eyed wolf twisted the wine pot. Whoosh! A man and a wolf immediately appeared in the forest. Inside the spatial divine item. The middle-aged man was thinking of how to escape at this moment. Because, if he could find Qin Feiyang, he could make up for his mistakes. He and his friend might be able to escape this calamity. However, there wasn't even a shadow here. When the old man in black and Elder Hua arrived, they would definitely interrogate him. Especially Elder Hua. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was powerful and resourceful. He would have 10,000 ways to make him talk. Thinking of the consequences, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, when Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, a glimmer of hope immediately burned in his eyes. He shouted, "Lords, look, I didn't lie to you. They are here." The 10 law enforcement officers were stunned and immediately looked at the image in the void in front of them. When they saw the man and the wolf, they were immediately shocked. "They are also hiding in the spatial divine item. We must keep an eye on them," one of the law enforcement officers said in a deep voice. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf released their divine senses in all directions. Oh no. The group of people hiding in the spatial divine item immediately changed their expressions. If Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf found out that they were hiding here sneakily, they would definitely not let them off easily. However, it was too sudden. They were completely caught off guard. Therefore, even if they wanted to use the spatial divine item to leave now, it was already too late. The divine senses of the man and the wolf immediately shrouded the spatial divine item. As expected, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Then, the white-eyed wolf activated the moment of time and instantly landed in front of the spatial divine item. Then the law of death rolled out and clawed at the spatial divine item. With a loud crack, the spatial divine item shattered on the spot. The middle-aged man and the 10 law enforcement officers immediately rolled out of the spatial divine item. Law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 10 law enforcement officers and pretended to be surprised. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise, "It's you? Lord Wolf, The middle-aged man was flustered. However, when he thought of the law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall, he couldn't help but feel more confident. "Did you bring them here?" The white-eyed wolf pointed at the 10 law enforcement officers and asked the middle-aged man. "It's me." The middle-aged man nodded. Although there were law enforcement officers beside him, he was still a little afraid. "You're really something. You took our pills and betrayed us. You're trying to please both sides." A cold light surged in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. "Pills?" The 10 law enforcement officers were taken aback and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Didn't he tell you? Previously, when he saw us, he told us that you were searching for us. He even tried to get us to give him 6 supreme divine items as a reward. However, supreme divine items are not cabbages. Where are we going to get so many for him? So, we gave him 100 divine life pills, 100 divine sun pills, and 100 primordial sea divine pills, all of which had 7 dragon-shaped elixirs. However, in the blink of an eye, he betrayed us and ran to you to claim the reward. He's too greedy?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "What? So many pills and all of them have 7 dragon-shaped elixirs?" The 10 law enforcement officers were shocked. One had to know that even law enforcement officers like them were not qualified to enjoy pills of this level. "Sigh. We're really blind. We shouldn't have let you go back then." The white-eyed wolf sighed. Then the corners of his mouth lifted and he grinned. "However, it's not too late to kill you now." Boom. His cultivation of the sovereign realm was suddenly unleashed. The middle-aged man's gaze trembled. He quickly hid behind the 10 law enforcement officers to seek protection. However, the 10 law enforcement officers' eyes were filled with disgust. This kind of person who tried to please both sides was not worthy of sympathy and protection. Moreover, there was a faint trace of greed in their eyes. It was simply a waste of these 300 pills in the hands of this person. However, they did not give up and leave him alone. This was because they still wanted to investigate who had leaked the secret. "Wolf King, please calm down. We mean no harm." That's right. We're not really hunting you down. We're just following orders to find you. Searching and hunting are 2 completely different things. As for why we're looking for you, we don't know either. You'll have to ask Elder Hua. Besides, you're disciples of the Demon Hall, and we're law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall. We're all on the same side. There's no need to fight with each other." The 10 law enforcement officers spoke one after another. No matter what, they had to calm this man and wolf down first. Otherwise, they would not have a good ending. "On the same side? Don't you think it's funny that you're saying these words now?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He activated instant time and instantly charged toward the 10 law enforcement officers. Chapter 3, Release at 10 a.m. Chapter 3472. Don't. The expressions of the 10 changed as they hurriedly retreated with the black-clothed man. As the enforcers of the demonic palace, their cultivation was naturally not weak. 6 perfected sovereigns and 4 perfected sovereigns. Such a lineup could not be ignored in the Sky Cloud realm. However, before Elder Hua appeared, they truly did not dare to make a move. If they completely angered Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, causing them to take out their sovereign weapons, then even if they had heaven-defying abilities, they would not be able to escape death. Is this all the enforcers of the demonic palace have? The white-eyed wolf's face was filled with disdain. Shwa. At the same time, Qin Feiyang used the space-time step and landed beside the white-eyed wolf. He shook his head and sighed. "With such guts, you dare to chase after us?" The eyes of the 10 enforcers were filled with anger. "If we didn't have a sovereign weapon, do you think we would dare to make a move? Let's end this quickly." Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf. "No problem." The white-eyed wolf chuckled as he activated instant time and chased after them like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, The supreme profundity of the law of death was unleashed, bringing with it a monstrous might. The world was instantly dyed dark red as a terrifying aura of death drowned the 10 enforcers like a tide. The supreme profundity of the law of death. The supreme profundity of the law of time. The rumors are indeed true. He has grasped 3 supreme profundities. The third supreme profundity, if the voice transmission is true, is the law of spacetime. The eyes of the 10 enforcers trembled. What kind of freak was this? It was difficult for others to comprehend even one supreme law, but this wolf cub had actually grasped 3 supreme profundities. Even perfected and perfected sovereigns like them would find it difficult to resist the supreme profundities of the supreme laws. This was because the white-eyed wolf's cultivation was no longer that of a low-stage sovereign. With his cultivation at the late-stage sovereign stage and the supreme profundities of the 3 supreme laws, even without a sovereign weapon, he was completely capable of contending with them. Boom. The 10 of them worked together, and various laws and profundities appeared, attacking Waning Moon together. Along with an enormous explosion, the heavens and the earth here instantly collapsed, and even the city was destroyed. Everyone here soared into the sky and looked over with surprise and bewilderment in their eyes. Crack. Facing the combined attacks of 10 people, Waning Moon collapsed. The white-eyed wolf's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. White-eyed wolf was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. However, if they joined forces, it would not be easy for the white-eyed wolf to defeat them. After all, the other party had 4 perfect sovereigns. Don't force us. One of the law enforcers shouted. The white-eyed wolf wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Boom. The Edict of Death and the Edict of Spacetime were activated at the same time. As a dark red crescent moon rose into the sky, the surrounding void collapsed crazily, turning into sharp arrows that seemed to fill up half of the sky. As expected, it's the ultimate profundity of the spacetime laws of nature. Aren't you afraid that your actions here would affect the residents of the city? The 10 of them roared. Do you think that I would care about their fate? The white-eyed wolf laughed coldly, and then he waved his claw. The crescent moon and the sharp arrows that covered the sky instantly shattered into pieces and shot towards them. It seems like Qin Feiyang and Wolf King are fighting the law enforcers of the Devil Palace. Isn't Qin Feiyang a disciple of the Devil Palace? Why are they fighting? The residents of the city had bewildered expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were retreating towards the back of the city so as to avoid being affected by the battle. As for the 10 law enforcers, their faces were extremely gloomy as they gazed at the 2 supreme profundities that were charging towards them. We have no choice but to attack. But we can't fight here. We have to go to the Milky Way. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back to the city if we injure the residents of the city. Qin Feiyang Wolf King. If you have the ability, then activate your sovereign weapons and fight us in the Milky Way. The 10 of them roared and immediately shot towards the Milky Way with the middle-aged man in tow. The white-eyed wolf laughed coldly, and then he waved his claw. The 2 supreme profundities spun through the air, and they carried a destructive aura as they chased after the 10 law enforcers. As for the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang, they were naturally fearless and chased after them into the Milky Way. Toss him into a spatial artifact. After they entered the Milky Way, one of the law enforcers pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man and shouted at the other law enforcers. As law enforcers, they naturally didn't lack spatial artifacts. It was just a matter of their quality. So, every single one of them had a spatial artifact. The law enforcers immediately tossed the middle-aged man into a spatial artifact. Soon after, the 10 of them turned around and gazed at the 2 supreme profundities that were charging towards them, and killing intent surged in their eyes. Bang! The various 5th profundities appeared in unison. Perfect sovereigns grasped 6 5th profundities while perfect sovereigns grasped 5 5th profundities. 10 law enforcers, 4 perfect sovereigns and 6 perfect sovereigns. That was a total of 54 5th profundities. The 54 5th profundities contained world-shaking power as they blasted towards the 2 supreme profundities. The Milky Way instantly collapsed crazily, and it was like a scene of heaven and earth being destroyed. It was truly shocking. Rumble. Following the sounds of collisions, all the profundities and abilities collapsed one after another. The 6 perfect sovereigns were sent flying as though they were struck by lightning, and blood spurted out of their mouths. The other 4 perfect sovereigns were also bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were pale. They were astonished. Was this the power of the supreme profundities of the supreme laws? Even though the white-eyed wolf was only at the greater mastery sovereign realm, he was still able to fight against the 10 of them? It really made people envious and jealous. If they also grasped supreme profundities, even if they only grasped one supreme law, it would be enough to bring them supreme status and glory. Their thinking was a little naive. Was the supreme law something that could be obtained just because one wanted it? Looking at the ingrate on the other side, he was also retreating. However, to him this injury was nothing. Because his physical body was also very strong, and he had merged with the flame of life, so he had the ability to heal himself. Boring, let's end this. The white-eyed wolf stabilized his body, shook his head, and activated instant time. He instantly appeared in front of one of the enforcers, and with a swipe of his claws, that enforcer screamed in pain as he was sent flying like a meteorite. His chi was also shattered on the spot. So fast. The other 9 enforcers couldn't help but feel numb. Suddenly, one of the enforcer's eyes landed on Qin Feiyang, who was not far away. He had heard that Qin Feiyang hadn't comprehended the supreme profundities yet. Swoosh. That enforcer decisively charged towards Qin Feiyang. The other 3 enforcers immediately understood the enforcer's intention, and they immediately charged towards Qin Feiyang. These 4 enforcers were the 4 perfect sovereigns. Their goal was very simple: to capture the leader first. Since they couldn't defeat the white-eyed wolf, they would target Qin Feiyang, who was weaker. As long as Qin Feiyang didn't activate his sovereign divine weapon, it would be a piece of cake for them. The white-eyed wolf was stunned when he saw this scene, but soon he pursed his lips into a mocking smile. He ignored them and charged towards the other 5 perfect sovereigns. It was necessary to pick on the soft persimmon. However, he had to see if the other party was a soft persimmon. It was possible that the soft persimmon was a terrifying existence that didn't have fangs yet. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he saw this. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seems like I've been underestimated. Qin Feiyang, if you have the ability, then be a man and fight with us fair and square. Don't always rely on your sovereign divine weapon. The 4 enforcers roared, and the 5th profound meaning roared out. With the power to destroy the world, they charged towards Qin Feiyang. Although your provocation seems clumsy, I've decided to do as you wish. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and the karma law spread out. Hearing this, the 4 enforcers were delighted. He actually didn't use his sovereign divine weapon. Wasn't that courting death? But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the karma law in Qin Feiyang's body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Immediately after, 10 golden lotuses appeared out of nowhere. What? The 4 enforcers' expressions changed. Their eyes must be playing tricks on them. Who in the sky cloud realm didn't know that Qin Feiyang hadn't comprehended the profound meaning? Not only Qin Feiyang, but Madman Mo also hadn't comprehended the profound meaning. They were just talented. The 4 of them weren't willing to believe it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 10 golden lotuses whistled forward and collided with their 5th profound meaning. A shocking wave of energy instantly surged out in all directions. Fortunately, they were in the Milky Way, otherwise Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf would have destroyed Ocean of Cloud City. Crack. Their 5th profound meaning collapsed and was obliterated. It really is the profound meaning. He comprehended the profound meaning at such a young age, and it's even one of the strongest laws, the karma law. Why are all of them so monstrous? Their gazes trembled. Qin Feiyang was a sovereign at the mastery realm as well. Coupled with the white-eyed wolf, he didn't need to use his sovereign divine weapon at all. They'd thought that they could crush Qin Feiyang and even ridicule him in their hearts, but it turned out that they were too ignorant. The man and wolf's current strength wasn't something that ordinary perfect sovereigns like them could handle. Meanwhile, shrill cries of pain resounded. The 4 of them hurriedly turned around to look, and they saw that the 5 sovereigns had been heavily injured by the white-eyed wolf. Their energy seas had been shattered, their bodies were covered in blood, and they didn't have the ability to fight back at all. Do we even need to use our sovereign divine weapons with just a few lackeys like you? The white-eyed wolf turned around and smiled at the 4 of them. The 4 of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw that smile, and they even had the thought of detonating themselves. When they turned around to look at Qin Feiyang, they saw a faint smile on his face as well, and they couldn't help but feel a strand of terror that couldn't be dispelled surged out from their hearts. It's all a misunderstanding. The 4 of them roared in despair. However, even they didn't believe that it was a misunderstanding, so how could they convince him? They weren't fools. Especially Qin Feiyang. He'd first dealt with the Independent Cultivator Alliance, then dealt with the Blood Hall, and even eliminated the Blood Hall from Skycloud Dimension. How could such a person be so easily fooled? End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3473. Misunderstanding? The white-eyed wolf cackled. With a wave of its paw, the starry river around it collapsed crazily, and a torrent of ice crystals appeared. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also activated the Karma Law's supreme profoundness. The 10 golden lotuses shone brightly and exuded a destructive aura. Let's talk. The 4 of them were terrified. They weren't confident in dealing with the white-eyed wolf, let alone the 2 of them. However, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear to them. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 supreme profound meanings attacked the 4 of them at the same time. The 4 of them naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their deaths. 2 of them activated their profoundness and attacked the 10 golden lotuses, while the other 2 activated their profoundness and attacked the torrent of ice crystals. In an instant, the profoundness clashed in the void. This time, there was no suspense. The 4 profoundness and divine abilities were instantly annihilated and a terrifying aura erupted. Immediately after, the 10 golden lotuses and the torrent of ice crystals formed a terrifying storm and instantly engulfed the 4 of them. Screams could be heard immediately. However, both Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were merciful and only destroyed the bodies of the 4 of them. After all, it was an act. They couldn't really harm their opponents' lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when Elder Hua came to look for them. Swoosh. However, at this moment, accompanied by a piercing sound, 2 figures flew into the galaxy at lightning speed. White-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang shouted. The white-eyed wolf nodded and immediately opened a space-time teleportation channel. Next, the man and the wolf entered the channel and disappeared without a trace. Swoosh. The 2 figures flew through the void and landed in front of the 4 enforcers' divine souls. They looked at the disappearing space-time teleportation channel and their faces turned ugly. They were Elder Hua and the black-robed old man. Elder Hua. The 6 perfected sovereign realm enforcers quickly flew over and looked at Elder Hua and the black-robed old man with an aggrieved expression. Didn't I tell you not to attack? Why are they fighting all the way to the galaxy? The old man in black said angrily. There's nothing we can do. The 10 law enforcers felt aggrieved. What happened? The black-clothed old man glanced at the 10 people and asked in a deep voice. The 10 of them recounted the entire process in detail. What? That Wolf King's cultivation has already reached the level of a ruler? And Qin Feiyang has also comprehended the ultimate profundity of the law of karma? The black-clothed old man's face turned pale. Were they all monsters? At such a young age, without even having the cultivation of a peak ruler, he had actually comprehended a paramount profundity. Furthermore, it was a paramount profundity of an ultimate law. No one in the entire demon hall could compare to such luck and comprehension ability. At the same time, Elder Hua's pupils shrank slightly. Qin Feiyang had already comprehended the highest profoundness of the karma laws. This was something he had not expected. Moreover, he knew the white-eyed wolf better than the old man in black. The white-eyed wolf didn't even try to comprehend the laws. It simply relied on its innate ability to plunder. In the past, the white-eyed wolf was only a peak ruler and had grasped the 3 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. But now, it had actually broken through to the level of a peak ruler. This meant that it had plundered yet another law. Moreover, according to the white-eyed wolf's character, it definitely wouldn't plunder an ordinary law. In other words, the white-eyed wolf had definitely grasped the 4 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. There was only one word to describe it: abnormal. When the white-eyed wolf had plundered another 2 laws and stepped into the level of a peak ruler, even if the remaining 2 laws weren't ultimate laws, the white-eyed wolf would still be able to sweep across the sky cloud domain with the 4 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws. When the time came, without the sovereign divine weapon, who would be its match? And if the white-eyed wolf stepped into the level of a peak ruler and grasped the 6 paramount profundities of the ultimate laws, even the dragons would tremble under its feet. Elder Hua was feeling more and more fortunate. Fortunately, he had chosen to stand with Qin Feiyang and the others back then. Fortunately, he had controlled his greed and didn't covet Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon. Otherwise, the Devil Hall would have ended up like the Blood Hall. Just thinking about these monstrous characters made his scalp go numb. When the black-clothed old man saw Elder Hua remaining silent, he couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what do you think about this matter?" "What else can I think? Their luck and comprehension are good, but their luck won't always be so good. We have to find an opportunity to kill them in the cradle." Elder Hua's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill? When the black-clothed old man heard this, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. It seemed like he wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. "If you have something to say, just say it." Elder Hua said. Then please forgive me, my lord. With our previous relationship with Qin Feiyang and the others, we could have become partners. But why did we suddenly fall out with them? Were you really just using them in the past? The black-clothed old man was suspicious. Otherwise, they're just a few people from the lower domain. What right do they have to be on equal footing with the Devil Hall? Moreover, the dragons are now in the Devil Hall. If we don't do this, we'll be the ones to suffer. Elder Hua sighed. How strong are the dragons exactly? The black-clothed old man frowned. How strong? Elder Hua snorted coldly and said, they're so strong that they can easily destroy our Devil Hall. What? The black-clothed old man and the 10 enforcers' faces were filled with shock. Although they knew that those people were from a mysterious race called the dragons, they didn't know how strong the dragons were. Originally they were still a little unconvinced. Why should they, the overlords of the eastern continent, be so respectful to the dragons and listen to their orders? But now that they heard Elder Hua's words, their unwillingness to accept was instantly shattered. So, in the future when you face them you have to treat them like your ancestors. You mustn't anger them. Elder Hua reminded. Understood. The black-clothed old man and the 10 enforcers nodded. You can go back. When the dragons ask, just say whatever you want. There's no need to hide anything. Elder Hua waved his hand. Yes. The 11 enforcers replied respectfully. Then they turned around and left the galaxy without looking back. Elder Hua's eyes flashed. He also left the galaxy and disappeared without a trace. About an hour passed. Black Tortoise Realm. Tea Garden. A palm-sized teapot was emitting faint smoke, and the aroma of tea filled the garden. At the same time, the aroma of tea was mixed with the aroma of wine. Qin Feiyang and Elder Hua sat opposite each other, leisurely sipping their tea. The white-eyed wolf sat at the side, leaning against the tea table and gulping down the black tortoise divine brew. Elder Hua shook his head and sighed. Ever since the dragons appeared, I haven't had a day of peace, let alone sitting down and quietly sipping my tea. It'll be over sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to us as long as we listen to them. You guys are the ones who have to be careful. But then again, why does the black tortoise world feel so empty today? They can't have all gone out to train, right? I didn't even sense the aura of that little girl, Fire Lotus. Elder Hua glanced around, his face full of suspicion. They have indeed gone out to train. To them this is a great opportunity. Just wait and see. One day when they appear their names will definitely shake the world. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Elder Hua was startled and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't explain further. It wasn't that he didn't trust Elder Hua. It was because there were some things that fewer people knew about. Immediately after, he looked at Elder Hua and asked with a smile, judging from your aura, it seems different from before. Could it be that you have comprehended the second ultimacy? You have good eyesight. That's right. After opening the gate of potential, I felt as if I had been reborn. I went back and cultivated in the time array. It didn't take long for me to comprehend the second ultimacy. Of course there's also the Palace Lord. Elder Hua smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with gratitude. What about Chu Yun? Qin Feiyang asked. She hasn't. After all, she's still young. Elder Hua shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid that the thing you're most proud of is finding Chu Yun as your student. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Elder Hua nodded, the pride on his face was undisguised. He then said, but I believe that Fire Lotus's future achievements won't be any worse than little Yun's. No. You're wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? Elder Hua was suspicious. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and said confidently, Fire Lotus's future achievements will definitely be above Chu Yun's. They won't even be on the same level in the future. Elder Hua was once again stunned. His evaluation of Fire Lotus was actually so high. Don't think that it's because I have a good relationship with Fire Lotus that I'm praising her like this. Although you and Fire Lotus are master and disciple, you two haven't really interacted much. Therefore you don't know her situation. It can be said that she has lived 2 lives. Not to mention anything else, just her temperament alone is better than Chu Yun's. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lived 2 lives? Elder Hua was stunned. He really didn't know about this. That's right. Fire Lotus died once and became an undead. After going through untold hardships, she was finally reborn again. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Undead? Elder Hua was stunned. He shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect her to have such an experience. Well, no matter who is better than the other, they're all my students. I'm proud of them. Ha! Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hua glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said speechlessly, "The two of you are also amazing. How long has it been since we last met? One of you has already comprehended the Karma Law's supreme profoundness, and the other has also stepped into the greater mastery ruler realm." Child's play. Don't make such a fuss. The white-eyed wolf waved its claws with an indifferent expression. Actually, it was pondering in its heart. Whose law should it plunder next? Elder Hua smiled bitterly and asked, "What about little lunatic? Did he comprehend the supreme profoundness?" "Not yet. But I believe that it won't take long." Qin Feiyang smiled. After all, they were sworn brothers. The little rabbit would definitely take care of lunatic. It was just that the process might be a little more miserable. Because tempering was definitely a painful process. Chapter 3474. The three of you. The geniuses of the sky cloud boundary can't even compare to trash in front of you. Elder Hua shook his head and sighed. He finally understood the saying, comparisons are odious. Don't say that. I'm born to be useful. Moreover, everyone has their own strengths that are worth learning from. But sometimes, when the weakness is too big, it will cover up the strength and it's hard to discover. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Look. With your awareness and mentality, how many people in the younger generation can compare to you? No. Other people of the younger generation and even those of the older generation, there are not many who can compare to him. So, no matter if you're a genius or an ordinary person, the most important thing is your understanding of everything in the world. You were able to enter the state of epiphany again and again because you can see things more clearly than others. For cultivators, especially those at our level of cultivation, talent is only secondary. Understanding of all things is of utmost importance. Elder Hua smiled in relief as if he was looking at his own grandson. His eyes were kind and amiable. No. In front of you, I'm just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Elder Hua shook his head and laughed. He asked, "Then what's your next plan?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Elder Hua. He asked, "I wonder if you've heard of the 10 strongest fighting souls in the world?" "The 10 strongest fighting souls?" Elder Hua was slightly stunned as he asked, "Are you talking about the Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Destiny, and your Eye of Heaven?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Of course. I believe that there's no one in the world who doesn't know about the existence of the 10 fighting souls." Elder Hua nodded. "Then you should know that the 10 fighting souls aren't invincible. Once you step into the sovereign realm, the 10 fighting souls are useless." Qin Feiyang said. "Why do you say that?" Elder Hua was suspicious. "Take my Eye of Heaven for example. Before I stepped into the sovereign realm, I could be considered invincible. Because any attack can be replicated. Even the opponent's war soul and innate divine ability can be replicated. But now, in the face of heaven-defying techniques and profundities of laws, the Eye of Heaven is useless." Qin Feiyang sighed. "In other words, the Eye of Heaven is unable to replicate the heaven-defying techniques and profundities of laws?" Elder Hua asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This old man really doesn't know. Because in the sky cloud realm, no one has ever opened the Eye of Heaven. It's no wonder you haven't opened the Eye of Heaven since you stepped into the sovereign realm." Elder Hua shook his head in regret. It was such a pity that such a powerful fighting soul had lost its use. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I originally thought that the Eye of Heaven had reached its end, but a few days ago, a friend of mine told me that the Eye of Heaven might still be able to evolve." At this point, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Evolve?" Elder Hua was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation. "What? The first prince of the dragons has also opened the Eye of Heaven?" Elder Hua suddenly stood up. "Didn't they say that the 10 fighting souls were unique? Why would there be 2 now?" "Yes. If you want to evolve your Eye of Heaven, you have to devour the opponent's Eye of Heaven. So now it's not just me. The first prince of the dragons also wants to complete the Eye of Heaven. So, a battle between us is inevitable." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Hua pondered for a moment and asked, "So, your next step is to hunt down the first prince of the dragons?" "It's not the next step. I'm already planning it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's a little difficult. The first prince of the dragons is now in the demonic palace. The 4 followers by his side are all extremely powerful. They even have sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, I've interacted with him a few times. I feel that he's not someone ordinary young people can compare to." Elder Hu shook his head worriedly. I know. But for now, I have the advantage. Because I have 2 sovereign divine weapons and the slaughter domain. He only has 1 sovereign divine weapon. As for his followers, no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to resist the sovereign divine weapon and the slaughter domain. Moreover, to be honest with you, the dragons aren't united. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What do you mean? Elder Hu was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the little princess of the dragons seems to have a grudge against the first prince. She actually joined forces with me to deal with the first prince. What? She joined forces with you? Elder Hu's eyes widened. This was even more shocking than hearing that Qin Feiyang had comprehended the supreme profundity of the law of karma. Yes. Even now, we're already in a state of cooperation. I only found out from her that the first prince and the others are currently in the demonic palace. That's why I came to the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Hu frowned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, could this be a scam? I thought so too, but it shouldn't be possible. Because I've observed the little princess of the dragons. Her hatred for the first prince is definitely not something that can be faked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But that's not all. Even if she really wants to use you to get rid of the first prince of the dragons, she'll definitely take the opportunity to scheme against you. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At that time, if she's not careful, she might become the biggest winner. Elder Hu's expression was solemn. The meaning behind his words was obvious. This was a game of chess for the little princess of the dragons. She would let Qin Feiyang and the first prince of the dragons fight first. When both of them were injured, she would come out and wipe them out in one fell swoop. This way she could get rid of the first prince and Qin Feiyang at the same time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he took a sip of tea and smiled. It won't be that easy for her to become the biggest winner here. Ha! Elder Hu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like this kid already had a plan in mind. It seemed like he was worrying too much. Indeed. With this kid's intellect, those who could scheme against him might not even be born yet. Although I have a plan in mind, I still have to take each step carefully. After all, the enemy is the dragons. If I'm not careful, I'll be crushed. So I need your help. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and looked at Elder Hu with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Speak. As long as it doesn't implicate the demonic palace, I'll do my best. Elder Hu said. Don't worry. I won't drag the demonic palace down. Qin Feiyang promised solemnly. Elder Hu believed him. If Qin Feiyang really wanted to drag the demonic palace down, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to cut ties with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Back then, when I was working with the little princess, she promised me that she would hold back the other princes and princesses and not let them interfere in the battle between me and the first prince. This way, it'll be easier for me to get rid of the first prince. However, as you said before, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We have to be wary of her and not let her be the oriole. So, the only way is to fight the first prince secretly and end the battle quickly before she can react. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Elder Hu pondered for a while and nodded. This method is feasible. No. It's not feasible at all. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Elder Hu was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You're the one who said that this is the only way. Why did you reject it? The white-eyed wolf was also puzzled. What's in this kid's mind? Qin Feiyang smiled. The reason why I said it's not feasible is because the first prince of the dragons won't give us the chance. The first prince of the dragons? Elder Hu and the white-eyed wolf were even more puzzled. The first prince of the dragons has already suffered a great loss in our hands. So he'll definitely be more cautious when facing us again. He knows in his heart that it's impossible for him to kill us with the people and the sovereign divine weapon in his hands. So, when the time comes, he'll definitely send a message to the other princes and princesses before the battle, asking them to join forces and kill us together. Qin Feiyang said. What you're saying is that we have to challenge him in advance so that he has time to plan in advance. As long as we catch him off guard and kill him when he's unprepared, what else can he plan? Besides, who would be so stupid as to challenge him in advance? The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. That's right. We definitely won't challenge them in advance. Only fools would do that. But now, these princesses and princes are like birds that are startled by the twang of a bow. They'll definitely inform each other if there's even the slightest movement. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Hu was stunned and said, Startled birds? Not to that extent, right? No. There's something you don't know. In addition to attacking the second princess of the dragons at the entrance of the Een Demon Land, we also attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan at the entrance of the Heavy region in the western mainland not long ago. 2 of his followers were killed, and he himself almost lost his life. The power of law that the white-eyed wolf plundered belonged to one of them. Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Huo was stunned. His actions were too fast. Not long after attacking the second princess of the dragons, he attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan. Not to mention the dragons, even if it were them, they wouldn't be able to take precautions in time. This was because according to the way ordinary people dealt with, when facing a huge monster like the dragons, they would definitely hide first, increase their strength, adjust their state, and make preparations before taking the next step. However, Qin Feiyang just didn't play his cards according to common sense. If you think I don't dare to make a move now, then I'll make a move at this time and catch you off guard. First, it was the first prince of the dragons. Then, I fought with the second princess and the third prince in the Een Demon Land. Then, I ambushed them and made them suffer losses. After suffering so many losses in a row, no matter how good a person's mentality is, they would feel the pressure. Moreover, they thought that as long as they moved from the open to the dark, they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But in the end, they were caught off guard by me. This kind of psychological burden and pressure, as well as the sense of defeat, isn't something that flowers in a greenhouse like them can bear. Therefore, their current situation is no different from a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That makes sense. Although these people are talented, have powerful backgrounds, and have resources that others can't imagine in their lifetime, their hearts are weak and they can't bear it. So, young people should still go out and explore more. How can they become successful without experiencing wind and rain? Elder Huo shook his head and sighed. This was a gory example. It seemed that when teaching the Demon Hall disciples in the future, he would have to pay special attention to this point. Chapter 3475. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a moment and grinned. That's simple. We'll set up a trap and lure him to a place without him knowing. Then we'll kill him quickly. That's why we need Elder Huo's help. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, It can't be. You want Elder Huo to personally lead the first prince of the dragons into our trap? That won't do. What if we fail or one of them escapes? Wouldn't Elder Huo be in trouble? That's right. That's not a joke. Even if you can kill the first prince of the dragons and his followers, what about the ruler weapon? Are you confident in destroying it or subduing it? No. Once it escapes, not only me but the entire Demon Hall will have to face the revenge of the dragons. Elder Huo hurriedly shook his head. He absolutely had to be on high alert and not treat this matter lightly. Of course I know. Also, I don't have 100% chance of success. After all, the first prince of the dragons came prepared this time. So, I naturally can't let you take this risk. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Elder Huo heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Then what's your plan? Qin Feiyang said, I need you to think of a way to make the dragons leave the Demon Hall. Make him leave the Demon Hall? Elder Huo was slightly stunned and said with difficulty, That's not good. Moreover, you need a suitable reason. I can't just run over and tell him that the Demon Hall doesn't welcome him and ask him to leave. Wouldn't that be courting death? I didn't say I'll chase him away. I just need to think of a way to make him go out for a stroll. For example, Wind Ocean City, Cloud Ocean City, etc. Only then will I have a chance to get close to him. Of course, I don't have to go through so much trouble. I can just sneak into the Demon Hall and find a way to get close to him. But if that's really the case, when the dragons investigate, even if the Demon Hall has nothing to do with this matter, the dragons will definitely vent their anger on you. Qin Feiyang said. He's not being chased out of the Devil Hall. Elder Huo smiled awkwardly and nodded, That's easy. If he keeps staying in the Demon Hall, he will definitely be annoyed. As long as we tempt him a little, it will be easy to lure him out. At this point, Elder Huo's expression turned solemn. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, However, don't do it in a crowded place. It's best if you don't do it in the Eastern continent. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, Then tell me, where should I go? You can go anywhere except the Eastern continent. Why don't you just go and wreak havoc on the Western continent? Elder Huo smiled evilly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. How could he possibly do such a thing? If he really did that, it would be strange if Shizhuan and the Hall of Famers didn't skin him alive. Don't say that this old man isn't honest. There's a saying that goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Elder Huo smiled mischievously. He really looked like an old man. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and shook his head. I'll think about this carefully. Help me lure him out and tell me his whereabouts immediately. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't be too deliberate when you're trying to trick him. Do I need you to teach me such a small thing? Do you think this old man has lived his life for nothing? Elder He glared at him. Ha, I'm just afraid that you'll be too deliberate and arouse their suspicion. Qin Feiyang smiled wryly. Cut it out. I think you're just underestimating my ability. Let me tell you, kid. Although you're famous now, when it comes to scheming, even if there are 10 of you, Qin Feiyang, this old man can still scheme against you. Elder He snorted coldly. That's very true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and shook his head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and bared his teeth. Little Qin Zi, no matter how powerful we are, we can't scheme against an old fox, right? When Elder He heard the first sentence, he was quite proud. Look, even this shameless wolf cub agreed. But when he heard the second sentence, his expression suddenly froze. Old fox? After all this time he was cursing him in a roundabout way? The anger in his heart immediately flared up. Please calm down, please calm down. The white-eyed wolf actually meant that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. We, the younger generation, should learn humbly from you. Qin Feiyang quickly smiled apologetically, but his face was also red. It was rare to see such a cute side of Elder He. Elder He snorted and glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. As expected, these two were not good people. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and smiled. Jokes aside, there's something that you have to be mentally prepared for. What is it? Elder He was suspicious. The first prince of the dragons will probably ask you to help. After all, you, Chu Yun, the hall master, and the first elder are all existences who have grasped the strongest laws. Qin Feiyang said. Elder He lowered his head and pondered for a while. He waved his hand and said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. We'll act according to the circumstances. You're quite carefree. However, when it comes to fighting with you, I won't be merciful. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If he was merciful, then the show wouldn't be real. Elder He chuckled and said, Don't worry, this old man won't be merciful either. Qin Feiyang laughed and nodded. All right, I'll send you out first and wait for your good news. Elder He drank the last mouthful of tea and put down the teacup. He looked at the tea trees around him and said, After this matter with the dragons is over, you have to give me some of these tea leaves. All right. At that time, you can have as many as you want. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. Then it's a deal. Elder He laughed heartily and let Qin Feiyang send him out. The white-eyed wolf slowly stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his head and said, It's too troublesome to lure them and think of a way to get close. There's no other way. The current situation doesn't allow us to act recklessly. Think about it, if we directly attack the demon palace, won't the other princes and princesses interfere? Most importantly, we have to worry about the demon palace's safety. In short, with our current situation, we can't take a single wrong step, and we can't reveal any traces that are detrimental to the demon palace. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said, In the end, this is the price of being loyal. But you also have to admit that if we were like those cold-blooded and heartless people who don't care about the lives of others and only care about our own happiness, then not only the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but even Little Rabbit wouldn't help us. As the saying goes, if you give up something, you gain something. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can only gain something if you give up something. Similarly, if you gain something, you will definitely lose something. In this world, there's nothing perfect. Alright, you do as you see fit. Anyway, when the time comes, I'll just fight with you. I'll go find Zhao Si and get some unparalleled divine wine. While I'm still alive, I'll drink a few jugs. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and flew out of the demon land without looking back. This guy, Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He was really touched by the words I'll fight with you. How many friends could one find in one's life like the white-eyed wolf, who would go through life and death with you? And no matter what you did, he would support you unconditionally? To be honest, in this world of mutual deception, it was difficult to find one. Therefore he had to cherish it. Chapter 3476. Demon Palace. When Elder He returned to the Demon Palace, he immediately found Chu Yun and the Demon Palace Lord and set up a soundproof barrier. He then told them about Qin Feiyang's plan. The two of them pondered for a moment, then said that they could secretly help Qin Feiyang. However, they could not harm the interests of the Demon Palace. Elder He also clearly expressed Qin Feiyang's position. He would never harm the interests of the Demon Palace. Thus the two of them did not object. However, scheming against the first prince of the dragons was not a small matter. He had to be careful. In short, he could not leave any traces. The Demon Palace Lord thought for a long time, then looked at the two of them and said, "We can only start with the interests of the first prince of the dragons. That's what this old man thinks too. However, I've only interacted with him a few times. I really don't know what interests he has. Moreover, it's not good to ask directly now. Otherwise it would seem too deliberate." Elder Hua shook his head. It was very simple to think about, but when it came to actually doing it, it felt a little difficult. The Demon Palace Lord pondered for a while, then looked at Chu Yun and asked, "Little Yun, you seem to have been the one receiving the first prince of the dragons these days, right? Did you see anything?" "I was indeed the one receiving him." Chu Yun nodded, then frowned and said, "But this person seems to be keeping a distance from me. It's difficult to even get close to him, let alone understand him." "So cautious?" The Demon Palace Lord was surprised. "According to my observation, he's not only keeping a distance from me, but also from others. In short, this person is a little difficult to deal with." Chu Yun rubbed her forehead, feeling rather annoyed. If it wasn't for the other party's powerful background, she wouldn't have bothered to serve him. It seems like it's as Qin Feiyang expected. These princes and princesses of the dragons are already frightened. Other than themselves and their followers, no one else will believe them. Elder Hua shook his head with a hint of mockery. The dragon clan, who ruled over a forbidden area, should have been revered and worshipped by tens of thousands of people as soon as they walked out. But now, as the princes and princesses of the dragons, they were all like mice that had seen a cat. It was both laughable and sad. Actually, it's not hard to guess their interests and hobbies. Generally speaking, for a young man like the first prince, even if he is a mystical dragon, his interests and hobbies are probably no different from others. Eat, drink, and play. Lust for beauty. Playthings smother one's will. We can start from these aspects. Chu Yun sneered. Lust for beauty? That shouldn't exist, right? A great beauty like you standing in front of him every day. If he was really greedy for beauty, he would have made a move on you long ago. The Devil Hall Master chuckled. Hall Master, what are you talking about? Can you be serious? When Chu Yun heard this, her face turned slightly red and she stomped her feet in anger. The Demon Hall's Hall Master smiled and said, "Then let's try them one by one. I'll leave this task to you." "Me again?" Chu Yun was stunned. "What else?" The Devil Hall's Hall Master asked. "Let him go." Chu Yun pointed at Elder Hua. Cough cough. Elder Hua coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. "He can't be interested in an old man like me, right? You're the one who wants to help Qin Feiyang, not me. You'll definitely do it yourself. Besides, I have to manage the Demon Tower and the various City Lord manors. I'm so busy all day. How would I have the mood to care about Qin Feiyang?" Chu Yun snorted, her face full of displeasure. "I don't object to whatever decision you want to make, but can you not throw everything to her?" Elder Hua chuckled and said, "You really have to go on this matter. Give me an answer." Chu Yun frowned. "It's very simple. You're young. You have a lot to talk about with someone like the first prince of the dragons. Besides, you've always been the one receiving him. It won't seem deliberate if you look for him. As for the matters of the Demon Tower and the various City Lord manors, you can put them aside for the time being. I'll let the first elder manage them on your behalf. Girl, I believe in your ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease letting you go." Elder Hua chuckled. "Then shouldn't I thank you?" Chu Yun raised her eyebrows. Elder Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. We're all on the same side. Just do your best to complete the mission." Chu Yun rolled her eyes when she heard this. She looked at the Devil Hall's Hall Master and said angrily, "Are you the Hall Master or is he the Hall Master? Why does he have the final say?" Cough cough. "Little Yun, we have to respect the old and love the young, understand? We'll talk about it later. In private, Qin Feiyang is not only a disciple of our Demon Hall, but he also gave us pills to unlock the door of potential. Moreover, Fire Lotus is your junior sister. In public, we're partners and allies. So when he's in trouble, we should lend a helping hand. As the saying goes, the capable do more work. Elder Hua and I have discussed this long ago. You're the most suitable person to take over as the next Hall Master. So at this time, you need to produce some results so that everyone will be convinced by you in the future." The Devil Hall's Hall Master smiled. "Successor?" Chu Yun was stunned. "That's right." Elder Hua nodded and said with a hoarse smile, "We've all seen your ability. The successor is none other than you." If it's so troublesome every day, I don't want to be the successor. Chu Yun pursed her lips. The Devil Hall's hall master and Elder Hua looked at each other and couldn't help but have a trace of helplessness on their faces. They sighed and said, "Don't break our hearts." All right. Can you stop acting in front of me?" Chu Yun rubbed her forehead and looked at Elder Hua helplessly. She said, "All right, for my junior sister, I'll try my best." Elder Hua couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Is Elder Hua here?" Suddenly, a loud and resounding voice resounded from outside the hall. Elder Hua and the others exchanged glances, and then a bright glow flashed in their eyes. They swiftly removed the sound barrier, and then the Devil Hall's hall master waved his hand. The door to the hall opened slowly, and then a robust man who was over 2 meters tall immediately entered their fields of vision. He had a robust figure and wore a pair of golden pants. His upper body was bare, and his skin was bronze-colored while he emanated a ferocious aura. The three of them moved forward to greet him. Elder Hua was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and smiled. "Why have you come here personally? Just give the order and I'll rush over right away." However, the robust man didn't have a good expression on his face when facing this. Moreover, he even gazed at Elder Hua and the others with a superior attitude, and it was like he was looking at ants. Such a gaze caused Elder Hua and the others to feel extremely displeased. The robust man gazed at Elder Hua and asked with an expressionless face, "Her Highness asked me to come over and ask if Qin Feiyang appeared in Ocean of Cloud City just now?" "Yes." Elder Hua nodded, and then he asked, "Didn't my subordinates report it to you?" "They did. But their words can't be trusted. So, Her Highness asked me to confirm it with you." The robust man spoke. "It really did happen. However, when I received the news and rushed over, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf had already fled. All of you should be aware that Qin Feiyang is extremely cunning. Coupled with the fact that the white-eyed wolf has grasped the laws of space, it's truly difficult to capture them on the spot. I was just about to head over and apologize to the first prince." Elder Hua lowered his head as he spoke. The robust man pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "So, Qin Feiyang should still be in the eastern continent?" Elder Hua hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "I don't dare to confirm it." "What a piece of trash." The robust man grunted coldly, and then he turned around and left. A wisp of a cold glow immediately arose in Elder Hua's eyes. "Do you really think that the Devil Hall is the back garden of all of you dragons and you can curse and leave as you please?" Killing intent surged in the eyes of the Devil Hall's hall master and Chu Yun. The Devil Hall had dominated the eastern continent for so many years. Even when they faced the Blood Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they had never suffered such humiliation. Elder Hua glanced at Chu Yun and transmitted his voice, "Little Yun, it's up to you now." "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Chu Yun muttered. Initially, she was a little unwilling to do this when Elder Hua asked her to do it. However, when she saw the attitude of the dragons, the unwillingness in her heart instantly disappeared. Arrogant? She would pay the price for this. Next. Every time Chu Yun went to meet the first prince of the dragons, not only would she carefully observe his every move, but she would also take the initiative to get close to him and beat around the bush when they were chatting. She had a good grasp of the situation. It was completely impossible to tell that she was there to inquire about information. After 2 months of hard work, not only did she gain a lot, but her relationship with the first prince of the dragons had also become much closer. Even if he did not say much, at least for now, he would not reject her. Sometimes, the dragon race's first prince would even take the initiative to chat with Chu Yun. 2 months had passed in the outside world. It had been 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf had been living very freely these days. He was either drinking or on the way to get wine. Now, Zhao Si and the other 14 brewers had become the white-eyed wolf's favorite people. The white-eyed wolf had even helped them open the door to potential. This made Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu extremely envious. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Zhao Si could brew a peerless divine brew and gain the favor of the white-eyed wolf. In fact, Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were also cautious and conscientious. Although they were not as good as the three brothers Fire Lotus, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, and Hei Bao, at least there were no problems. All in all, their performance was not bad. If he did not know that they were here for the door to potential, the white-eyed wolf would really help them. But unfortunately, the siblings' motives were not pure from the beginning. As for Qin Feiyang, he had been comprehending the profound laws in the ancient castle. After many exchanges and through Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's constant explanations, whether it was the law of war, the law of wind, or the law of strength, he already had a unique understanding. These 3 laws were also what he was focusing on now. As for the law of light, it was completely thrown aside. On this day, he sat quietly in the cultivation room, his expression calm, his heart as still as water, his mind constantly evolving the profound laws of war. Chapter 3477. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded in Qin Feiyang's body, as if a door was opened. Following that, a terrifying battle intent roared out from his body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's aura soared. In just an instant he stepped into the perfect dominator realm. Swish. The moment he stepped into the perfect dominator realm, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, which were burning with uncontrollable battle intent. I finally comprehended the fifth level battle intent. Qin Feiyang was excited. The law profound was really too difficult. If he wasn't lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the destruction law, even if he comprehended the fifth profound of the war law, he would still be a great success dominator. In other words, it took him a long time to comprehend the fifth profound of the war law, because the last time he comprehended the slaughter law, it was before the war with the blood hall. However, it was different now. He grasped the two supreme profound of the two supreme laws and had the perfect dominator realm cultivation. Facing those ordinary perfect dominators, he had the ability to crush them. Even if it was an expert like Wang Changyuan, he could still fight if he tried his best. Because Wang Changyuan only grasped the supreme profound of the ordinary laws. Swish. Qin Feiyang retracted his aura, stood up, and instantly appeared outside the ancient castle. The Devil's Land was still as cold and cheerless as before. Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were nowhere to be seen. The white-eyed wolf was in the Devil's Land, but it was still the same, lying on a branch of the fortune tree, eating spirit fruits while drinking unparalleled divine brew. There was no one else who knew how to enjoy life more than it. You're out. The battle intent that appeared just now was yours, right? Not bad, not bad, you broke through to the perfect dominator realm so quickly. Work harder. When you step into the perfect dominator realm, those dragons, princesses, and princes will all be ants. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth and threw a pot of unparalleled divine brew to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the wine pot and shook his head with a smile. No matter how good the divine brew was, it wasn't as comfortable as a cup of tea. However, at this moment, it was indeed worth celebrating. For others, stepping into the perfect dominator realm was nothing worth celebrating. Only stepping into the perfect dominator realm was the most glorious moment. But he was different. He had mastered the supreme profundities of two supreme laws. Stepping into the peak dominator realm was equivalent to stepping into the peak of the sky cloud realm. Opening the wine pot, Qin Feiyang raised his head and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, "I wonder how senior brother Lunatic is doing now." He's definitely not making any progress. The white-eyed wolf pouted. Stay where we are. Qin Feiyang was astonished. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you not understand the situation? He is now cultivating in a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day." When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his expression froze. He had really forgotten about this. 2 months had passed, which was 60,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, and 300,000 years in Sky Cloud Island's time array. Given the madman's perception and the little rabbit's guidance, he might have already comprehended a supreme profound meaning and become a peak dominator. No, he might even be a peak dominator. With the madman's ability and the little rabbit's help, comprehending the light law, war law, or darkness law's fifth profound meaning wouldn't be difficult. No, I have to work hard as well. The white-eyed wolf got up and jumped in front of Qin Feiyang. He asked, "What kind of law do the followers of the first prince have mastered?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then you should quickly ask Elder Hua," the white-eyed wolf urged. "If the dragon's first prince's 4 followers all mastered supreme laws, and none of them were white-eyed wolves, then it would be great. Stepping into the peak dominator realm would be a matter of minutes. What's the rush? In the past, I didn't know about the existence of the dragons, so it was a bit of a headache. Should I start with the Sky Hall or the Deity's Hall? But now, with the appearance of the dragons, is there a need to worry about not finding a target?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Of course I understand this logic. I just want to quickly integrate the 6 types of laws and step into the peak dominator realm, lest that little lunatic comes back and acts cool in front of us." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "We are all on the same side. Does it matter?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Of course. I don't like to see people act cool in front of me, including you." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He laughed and said, "The key is that I am indeed stronger than you now. So what if you have mastered the 4 supreme laws? My cultivation is higher than yours. Just the supreme laws of karma alone can crush you. Look, look, look. How shameless. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with disdain. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine voice transmission stone vibrated. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the divine voice transmission stone. Is it Elder Hua? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and activated the divine voice transmission stone. Elder Hua's shadow immediately appeared. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Elder Hua laughed and said, after 2 months of hard work by Xiao Yun, we have finally settled the first prince of the dragons. Settled? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Could it be that Chu Yun had assassinated the first prince of the dragons? That would save them a lot of trouble. Elder Hua said, Xiao Yun has gradually gained the trust of the first prince of the dragons and found out about his interests and hobbies. Interests and hobbies? The corners of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's mouths twitched. After all this time they had thought too much. However, to be able to make someone as capable as Chu Yun spend 2 months to find out his interests and hobbies, this first prince of the dragons was really cautious. What interests and hobbies does he have? Beautiful women, good wine? The white-eyed wolf was curious. None of those. You definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Elder Hua smiled mysteriously. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He waved his claws impatiently and said, just tell me what it is. Don't keep me in suspense. Elder Hua chuckled and said, his interests and hobbies are similar to Qin Feiyang's. Similar to little Qin Zi's? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He didn't seem to have any interests and hobbies, right? Suddenly, he looked at Elder Hua and asked, tea tasting? Yes. Other than tea tasting, he also likes to listen to books. He can be considered an elegant young man. Elder Hua chuckled. Tea tasting, listening to books? Qin Feiyang muttered. His eyes flashed as he asked, is there a storytelling place in Cloud Sea City? I don't usually pay attention to it, but I heard that there are such places. But they are basically small tea houses, taverns and so on. Elder Hua nodded. Then let's set a trap. Qin Feiyang said. The trap has been set. Elder Hua chuckled. It has been set? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, where is it? A small tea house called Tea Tasting House. I heard from Xiao Yun that this first prince of the dragons invited her to Tea Tasting House tomorrow morning to drink tea and listen to books. Elder Hua said. Chu Yun is quite amazing. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise. Of course. Elder Hua raised his head proudly. What are you so proud of? Obviously, this has nothing to do with you. It's all Chu Yun's credit. You're just a person who enjoys the fruits of others' labor. The white-eyed wolf looked down on him. The corner of Elder Hua's mouth twitched. Can you save some face for me? Qin Feiyang asked. Are you sure it's the first prince of the dragons who invited Chu Yun and not the other way around? I'm sure. Xiao Yun found out about his interests and hobbies, so she casually mentioned that there are some small tea houses and storytellers in Cloud Sea City. In the beginning, the first prince didn't show much interest. But not long ago, perhaps because he was bored, he suddenly sent a message to Xiao Yun and asked her to bring him to Cloud Sea City tomorrow. Elder Hua chuckled. It's been 2 months and there's still no news from me. I think he's really bored. Alright, I'll go to Tea Tasting House tomorrow. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then be careful. Also, don't drag Xiao Yun into this. Elder Hua warned and turned off the divine voice stone. Tea Tasting House, the white-eyed wolf muttered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, what's your plan? Qin Feiyang smiled. I have a plan in mind. You stay in the Black Tortoise world for now, so as to avoid arousing suspicion if I bring you along. I'll go out and prepare. That's strange. Why would others be suspicious if you bring me along? The white-eyed wolf raised his brows. Because you're a wolf. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he instantly vanished without a trace. Wolf? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and said angrily, Bastard, I've already transformed, okay? If it really doesn't work, I can still transform into a human. Although I'm a little unwilling, I'm willing to suffer for the sake of seizing the energy of the laws. No one knew what he was thinking, but in his eyes, transforming into a human was a very shameful thing. For the rest of the day, the white-eyed wolf didn't know where Qin Feiyang went, nor did he know what Qin Feiyang did. The next day, early in the morning, a man and a woman arrived outside the northern part of Ocean of Cloud City. The man wore a gorgeous golden robe, had a tall figure, an imposing appearance and an extraordinary bearing. He stood out amongst the crowd like a crane amongst chickens. The woman wore a light violet dress. She had an exquisite figure, jet black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and a world-shocking appearance that could charm all living beings. This man and woman were Chu Yun and the first prince of the Dragon clan. There was a wide path outside the city gates, and 4 figures appeared when they were about to enter the path. They swiftly caught up to Chu Yun and the first prince. Surprisingly, the robust man who'd flaunted his strength before Elder Hua and the others 2 months ago was amongst them. As for the other 3, they were an old man in a golden robe, an old woman in a golden robe, and a thin middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Obviously, they were the 4 followers of the first prince of the dragons. Why are all of you here as well? The first prince of the dragons stopped when he sensed their auras, and he turned around to gaze at them with a puzzled expression. We thought about it and felt worried, so we came to accompany you. The old woman in a golden robe spoke with a hoarse voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 3478. What's there to worry about? The first prince of the dragons couldn't help but laugh. Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others appear in Cloud Sea City last time? We're worried that they might still be lurking in the city. What if they see us? The golden-robed old woman was deeply worried. At the same time she felt indignant. What kind of world was this? A mere Qin Feiyang had actually made the dragons tremble in fear and tread on thin ice. If news of this spread to the other 3 forbidden areas, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Qin Feiyang. The first prince of the dragons was still elegant just a moment ago, but when he heard the name Qin Feiyang, he instantly seemed like a different person, and the space between his brows was filled with hostility. The old woman's heart shook and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I shouldn't have mentioned that person." "Since you know you shouldn't have mentioned it, then why did you mention it?" A cold light flickered in the first prince of the dragon's eyes. "I'm sorry." The old woman lowered her head, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Phew. The first prince of the dragon race took a deep breath and turned to look at the golden-robed old woman. He sighed and said, "I should be the one apologizing to you. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you because of Qin Feiyang." A wisp of surprise flashed through Chu Yun's eyes. This person actually lowered his head and apologized? How unexpected. She glanced at the old woman and the others, and her eyes flickered slightly. She looked at the first prince of the dragons and smiled. "Your Highness, why don't you not go?" "What?" The first prince of the dragons looked at her suspiciously. "We're almost at the city gate, why don't we go?" Their apprehensions are reasonable. What if Qin Feiyang is really lurking in Cloud Sea City? There's still plenty of time in the future. Once we get rid of Qin Feiyang, I'll accompany you to Cloud Sea City. Chu Yun smiled. The first prince raised his brows and asked, "Do you also think that I'm afraid of Qin Feiyang?" No. Chu Yun hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "How can a mere Qin Feiyang threaten Your Highness? I'm just taking precautions." The first prince sized up Chu Yun and remained silent. Chu Yun also looked a little flustered. In fact, this was a provocation. After this period of contact, she had a new understanding of the first prince of the dragons. Although he usually looked calm and aloof from worldly affairs, he actually had a competitive heart in his heart. In other words, the more he tried to stop the first prince from going to Ocean of Cloud City, the more he wanted to go. He didn't want others to think that he was afraid of Qin Feiyang. As expected, the first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It's fine, we're just going to take a look and experience the local customs here. Besides, I grew up in the dragon's nest, so I know almost nothing about the human world. You humans have a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Going out and taking a look will be good for dealing with Qin Feiyang later." But Chu Yun frowned and looked at the golden-robed old woman and the others. The 4 of them had helpless expressions on their faces. No buts. It's decided then. Besides, so what if Qin Feiyang is lurking in Ocean of Cloud City? There are so many humans in Ocean of Cloud City. Would he dare to make a move in Ocean of Cloud City? If he dares to make a move, then blood will flow like rivers and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. At that time he will incur the wrath of both humans and gods. We dragons won't even have to say anything. You humans will organize yourselves to hunt him down. I don't believe that he hasn't thought of that. The first prince of the dragons sneered. That makes sense. Chu Yun nodded when she heard this. This person was quite smart. Besides, both of us have sovereign divine weapons. It won't be so easy for him to kill me. The first prince of the dragons smiled confidently. Chu Yun pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at the golden-robed old woman and the others and said helplessly, Since His Highness has made up his mind, then we'll accompany him. In other words, she tried to persuade him, but it was useless. At that time, if any mishap really occurred, then they couldn't push the blame onto her. The four of them exchanged glances and they felt quite helpless as well. The old man gazed at the first prince and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Since His Highness wants to go, then go. However, I have a small request." "Go ahead." The first prince gazed at the old man, and he'd recovered his elegant appearance. "We have to follow you throughout the journey. Moreover, we have to change our appearances so as to avoid causing a commotion. After all, Miss Chu Yun is the vice hall master of the Devil Palace. Many people know her." The old man spoke. "Exactly. Even though the humans don't know us, they know Chu Yun. A dignified vice hall master of the Devil Palace accompanying us on a stroll would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble." The golden-robed old woman nodded in agreement. "All of you are being too careful." The first prince of the dragons looked at the two of them speechlessly. Chu Yun chuckled, "It's better to be safe than sorry. I also agree with their suggestion." "All right." The first prince of the dragons nodded. Thus, the group of people changed their appearances and suppressed their cultivation. They looked as ordinary as they could be. Then they walked towards the city gate. At the same time, the city outskirts, a young man walked alone on a wide street. On both sides of the street there were trees. As it was the outskirts, there were very few people on the street. There were independent courtyards on both sides, making it seem extremely quiet. The young man wore a fitting black robe. He looked very ordinary and his body was neither fat nor thin. He held a folding fan in his hand and had the temperament of a refined scholar. Buzz. Suddenly, the voice of the divine sound transmission stone sounded. The black-robed young man was stunned. He scanned his surroundings and entered an empty alley, instantly disappearing without a trace. Then he took out the divine sound transmission stone. The image of an old man in fiery clothes appeared. "Looking at your attire, you must be preparing to enter the city," the old man asked with a smile. "That's right." The black-robed young man was Qin Feiyang in disguise. The old man was Elder Hua. "I'm not preparing to enter the city. I'm already in the city." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. "Pretty quick. Let me tell you in advance, Xiao Yun also has a sovereign divine weapon." Elder Hua warned. "She also has a sovereign divine weapon?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. "That's right. This is what Xiao Yun requested. It can be considered as pleasing the first prince of the dragons and ensuring his safety. At that time, even if an accident happens, I believe the first prince won't know that we are in cahoots." Elder Hua smiled. "Smart. All right, leave the rest to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. After a moment of silence, he left the Black Tortoise realm and appeared in the alley. He had inquired about the tea house yesterday. It was located in a secluded corner of the East City. However, it wasn't a small tea house as Elder Hua had mentioned. It was a rather famous tea house. It was quite big, but it was a bit far away. However, although it was far away, it had its own unique scenery. It was said that when the scholars of Cloud Sea City gathered, they would choose to go to the tea house. It was because it was very quiet. Moreover, it was said that the tea house had a type of top-grade tea called the Longjing Du. It was highly praised by tea lovers. For Qin Feiyang, who loved tea, he naturally didn't want to miss out on it. At this moment, the alley he was in wasn't far from the tea house. It was just 2 streets away. "I'm really looking forward to it," Qin Feiyang muttered. He waved his fan and walked out of the alley and down the street. The person he was looking forward to wasn't the first prince of the dragons, but the son of the ice dragon. In other words, the current godson of the dragons. He could ignore anyone else but the son of the ice dragon. Because the son of the ice dragon wasn't just an opponent, but a man he admired. Very soon, Qin Feiyang saw a courtyard with a unique style. The reason why it was unique was that the other courtyards were surrounded by walls, but this courtyard was replaced by a row of bamboo railings. The 1-meter-high bamboo railings surrounded the courtyard. Inside the bamboo railings, there were tough and tall bamboos planted, forming a verdant bamboo forest with luxuriant branches and leaves. As the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. There were also all kinds of small birds on top of it, chirping as if they were singing a beautiful song. Through the bamboo forest, one could see that there were hundreds of flowers blooming and colorful butterflies flying inside. There was even a burst of beautiful zither music coming from the courtyard. "There's someone playing the zither?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and went around to the gate of the courtyard. The gate was also antique. There were 2 pools on both sides. In the center of the pool stood a 1-meter-high rockery. Clear spring water flowed out. On the door frame there were also vines wrapped around it. There were gorgeous flowers blooming, and a few butterflies were dancing on the flowers. Right above, there was a wooden plaque with 3 beautiful words engraved on it. Tea Tasting House. The gate was completely open. Standing outside the gate, one could clearly see the scene inside. After entering the gate, there were 3 winding paths that led into the courtyard. After entering, there were roads in all directions. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and terraces, piecing together an extremely beautiful scene. In the various pavilions and terraces, there were quite a few people sitting at the moment. There were men and women, old and young. Some sat alone, some sat with 3 or 4 friends. But without exception, all of them appeared refined and courteous. They drank tea as they chatted, and their voices were intentionally lowered slightly. Inside there was a 3-story tea house. The exterior of the tea house was classic and elegant. There were many potted plants, lush trees, blooming flowers and pleasant zither music coming out of the tea house. It was like a slowly flowing stream, making people immerse themselves in it and let go of their worries to enjoy this moment of peace. "Young master, please come in." Just as Qin Feiyang was observing the tea-tasting house, a woman in a red dress about 18 or 19 years old walked lightly to Qin Feiyang with a standard smile on her face. "Okay." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked at the woman in the red dress, nodded with a smile, and then followed the woman into the courtyard. The fragrance of the tea and flowers immediately came to his nose. The woman in the red dress was quite sweet. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Young master, you look a bit unfamiliar. You must be here for the first time." "Yes. I heard that the tea-tasting house has a kind of superb tea called Longjing, so I came to try it." Qin Feiyang waved his folding fan, showed a standard smile and nodded in response. Chapter 3479. The woman in the red dress smiled gently and said, "Young master, you really came at the right time today." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "Early this morning we just picked a caddy of new Longjing tea. Since young master loves tea, you should naturally know that freshly picked tea leaves are the most abundant in spirit energy." "In that case I really came at the right time." Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, in his heart he didn't really look forward to this so-called Longjing tea. Because until now, he had never encountered a tea better than the heavenly immortal dew. Perhaps it was because he was already used to the taste of the heavenly immortal dew, and coupled with the fact that it was personally cultivated by the fire lotus, he had a special liking for it. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress stopped in her tracks, glanced around and asked, "Young master, are you alone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then do you want to sit outside or inside?" the woman in the red dress asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding pavilions and buildings, and then he looked at the innermost tea house. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Where would the first prince of the dragons sit when he came? Drinking tea was only secondary to him coming here. His main purpose was to deal with the first prince of the dragons. Logically speaking, with the first prince of the dragons' identity and status, he would definitely sit in the tea house or even find a quiet private room. When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he looked up at the woman in the red dress and asked, "Do you have a private room here?" "Yes." The woman in the red dress nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered again. No. The first prince of the dragon's hobby was to drink tea and listen to books. Since that was the case, he should sit closest to the storyteller. Moreover, this time the first prince of the dragons was accompanied by Chu Yun. Chu Yun was the vice hall master of the demon palace and had a noble status. Once someone saw her, it would definitely cause a commotion. Moreover, these people were afraid that he would hide in Cloud Sea City, so they would definitely change their appearances and keep a low profile. So, the place where the first prince of the dragons would not be a private room. "Young master?" The red-dressed woman couldn't help but ask when she saw that Qin Feiyang had remained silent for a long time. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that your tea-tasting house has storytellers? Why didn't I see him?" "It hasn't started yet." The woman in red smiled. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded and said with a smile, "I'm a person who likes to listen to stories. May I ask, where do you usually tell stories?" The woman in the red dress smiled and pointed at the center of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a pavilion standing there. There was a stone table and a chair, but there was no one in the pavilion. "That is the place that our tea-tasting house specially prepared for storytellers," the woman in red said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked around the pavilion and found a row of private seats on the east side. There were a total of 2 seats with flower railings on both sides. There was also a small stream flowing by the side. He smiled and said, "Then I'll sit there." "Okay." The woman in red led Qin Feiyang to the side of the private seat and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I'll serve you tea." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He sat in a private seat and looked at the guests around him. This place was really good. It had a quiet atmosphere, and the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of tea and flowers. There was also the lingering sound of the zither. It could be said that this was a place that many people yearned for. After a while, the woman in red came over with a jade plate. The jade plate was crystal clear, and a set of exquisite tea set was placed on it. The woman in red put the jade plate on the table, took out the tea set one by one, and then opened a teapot the size of a baby's palm. The teapot was made of high-quality jade and engraved with exquisite patterns. The moment the teapot was opened, the fragrance of tea suddenly rushed to his face. Smelling this fragrance, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up. He looked down and saw 3 tea leaves lying quietly in the teapot. That's right. There were only 3 of them. Each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were as beautiful as white jade, glowing with a hazy divine light and full of spiritual energy. They were like the petals of the Tianshan snow lotus, with a pure aura. This is the jade Dulongjing? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The fragrance of this tea seemed to be much purer than the heavenly fairy dew. That's right. The jade Dulongjing, also known as the white jade dew, is white and flawless, noble and sacred, known as the king of tea. The woman in red smiled faintly, then took out 3 tea leaves and began to make tea. Her gentle and elegant movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. White jade dew, the king of tea. Originally, Qin Feiyang was not very interested. However, when he saw the tea leaves, he could not help but look forward to it. About 100 breaths later, the woman in red finally finished making tea. She poured a cup of tea from the teapot and gently pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. She said with a smile, "Young master, try it." Qin Feiyang put down the folding fan and picked up the teacup. He first smelled it. The fragrance of the tea was not very strong, but it was all-pervasive, stimulating his sense of smell and taste buds. Then, he put it to his mouth and gently tasted it. The taste was mellow and the concentration of the tea was just right. There seemed to be the smell of morning dew flowing in the heart, making one feel as if they were in the middle of the green mountains and clear waters in the morning, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the vitality everywhere, as well as the aura of the morning sun that sprinkled down. In particular, the spiritual energy in the tea leaves was like dew, nourishing every cell in the body, making people forget their worries and fatigue and full of vitality. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang could not help but close his eyes and carefully taste every drop of tea. When he opened his eyes again, he repeatedly praised it. To be praised by him like this, it was naturally quite good. "Young master, are you satisfied?" The woman in red asked with a smile. "Isn't this obvious?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took another sip and said, "This tea can indeed be called the king of teas, but what?" The woman in red was stunned and hurriedly asked. "Wine is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The god of wine is the divine brew and so is tea. Although this dew dragon well is the king of teas, it seems that there is still a distance between it and the divine tea. To tell you the truth, I don't have any hobbies in my life, only tasting tea. So my greatest wish is to taste a cup of the legendary divine tea in my lifetime." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "In your lifetime?" The woman in red was stunned. She shook her head and said with a smile, "Young master is so young, but you can actually say such words of vicissitudes. It really surprises me." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Otherwise, why do people always say that only old people drink tea? Don't ordinary young people drink wine? Besides, I just look a little younger. In fact, I am an old antique who has lived for countless years." On this point he was not exaggerating at all. According to the time in the Black Tortoise world, he was an old antique who had lived for at least 10 million years. "Young master must be joking." The woman in red waved her hand and said with a smile, "Divine tea, I have indeed heard of it, but this thing is something that can only be found by chance. It is even more precious than divine brew." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone around him liked to drink wine, but he was the only one who liked to drink tea. Therefore, other than Fire Lotus, the others were especially interested in wine. The woman in red picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, "All right then, young master, please enjoy your tea. I will go and entertain the other guests. If you need anything, please let me know." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at the tea house and asked, "Who is this girl playing the zither?" "Girl?" The woman in red was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in red's reaction. Was it not a girl? The woman in red smiled and said, "The one playing the zither is my young master, but my young master never sees guests, so please forgive me." It's a man playing the zither? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really a bit unexpected. "Young master, please enjoy." The woman in red did not say anything more, turned around and left quickly. "I thought the owner of the tea house was a woman. I didn't expect it to be a man." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and shook his head with a smile. However, a man who played the zither so well and was also proficient in tea ceremony was quite rare. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, time passed by quietly. During this period there would be people entering the tea house every few days. They were all gentle and polite. About half an hour later, another group of people came to the entrance of the tea house. There were a total of 6 people. The leader was a man and a woman. Both of them looked ordinary and had an ordinary temperament. They were the kind of existence that no one would look at if they were placed in a crowd. However, the other 4 people behind the 2 of them followed closely behind them. To be exact, they followed the young man. If one observed carefully, they would find that there was a trace of vigilance between their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the people who entered the tea house. If the first prince of the dragons had really changed his appearance, then he must pay careful attention. When the 6 people appeared, he looked up. At first, he did not pay too much attention to them, but when he saw the vigilance of the 4 people behind the man and woman, his heart suddenly trembled. Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, for followers, a total of 6 people. And now, this group of people happened to be 6 people. Combined with the expressions of the 4 people behind them, it was obvious that they were like little followers. It was very likely that it was them. Moreover, when he saw the young man, a familiar sense of disgust suddenly rose in his heart. That's right. It was the first prince of the dragons. Even if he had changed his appearance, the disgust and rejection from the depths of his soul could never be cut off. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. After calculating so much, he only missed this point. When 2 people who had opened the eye of heaven met, they would have a sense of rejection. In other words, not only would he reject the first prince of the dragons, but the first prince of the dragons would also reject him. If this was seen by the first prince of the dragons, he would immediately see through his identity. White-eyed wolf, the situation has changed. Quickly change into my current appearance and come out to replace me. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Chapter 3480. How troublesome. The white-eyed wolf was drinking in the devil's land. When he heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he put down the wine pot and transformed into Qin Feiyang. All right. Then he transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he instantly disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, the white-eyed wolf appeared in the private room. At this moment, the first prince of the dragons, who was standing outside the door, looked towards the courtyard and glanced at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was very calm. However, Qin Feiyang, who was in the black tortoise realm, saw this scene through the void and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise his identity would have been exposed. Tell me, what's the situation? The white-eyed wolf whispered. He didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, so he was still a little confused. The 6 people standing outside the door are Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragons, and the 4 followers. And before, I ignored the rejection and disgust between me and the first prince of the dragons. So, I need you to act outside, but I will keep an eye on the situation outside. When the time comes, you just have to listen to me. Qin Feiyang explained to him through voice transmission. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun and the others outside the door, and a light flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, when the woman in the red dress saw the first prince of the dragons and the others, she immediately went up to them and said with a smile, "Welcome to the tea house, young master and young Mississippi." The young man retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile at the woman in the red dress. Then, he looked at Chu Yun and nodded with satisfaction. "This place is not bad. As long as you like it." Chu Yun smiled. At the same time, she also seemed to be consciously or unconsciously scanning the people in the courtyard, as if she was observing something. The woman in the red dress retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Please come in. Do you want to go to the tea house inside or just sit outside? Is there a private room?" A follower behind the young man asked. He looked at the people in the courtyard with a trace of disgust. Qin Feiyang could clearly see the look of disgust on their faces, which made him even more certain of their identities. "There's one in the private room." And there's also the Longjing that was just harvested this morning. The woman in the red dress smiled. Jade do dragon well? The first prince of the dragons muttered with a smile. Sounds good, but don't disappoint me. That won't happen. I guarantee that young master will come in high spirits and return in high spirits. The woman in red said with a smile. Lead the way. The first prince of the dragons smiled. Young master, please follow me. The woman in the red dress nodded. Then she turned around and led them toward the tea house. Are they going to the tea house? Could it be that my conjecture is also wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and could not help but frown. However, just as the group was about to enter the tea house, the first prince of the dragons suddenly stopped. He looked at the woman in the red dress and asked, I heard that you have a storyteller here? Yes. The woman in the red dress nodded. The first prince of the dragons asked, Then where is he telling stories? It's in that pavilion. The woman in the red dress turned around and pointed at the pavilion in the middle. I see. The first prince of the dragons nodded in realization. He glanced at the courtyard and said with a smile, Then let's not go to the private room. We'll just sit outside. There's a row of private rooms on the south side. Let's sit there. Cough cough. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately coughed and said in a low voice, It's not safe outside. The four followers also looked at the first prince of the dragons with opposing gazes. It's just drinking tea and listening to books. What's so unsafe about it? The first prince of the dragons secretly smiled and walked straight to the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the four followers looked at each other and followed him with a helpless expression. Don't send a message to Chu Yun, lest you reveal any flaws. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a voice transmission to the white-eyed wolf. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded slightly. He looked at the teacup on the table and couldn't help but pout. Was this divine brew tasty? He picked up the teacup and tasted it. He felt that it was tasteless. How about, take out a whole pot? Qin Feiyang had been in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world for 60,000 years. During these 60,000 years, Zhao Si and the others had already brewed many unparalleled divine brews. The white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly asked Zhao Si for a few thousand jars. What do you want? Let me tell you, if you want to drink now, hold it in. Qin Feiyang noticed the white-eyed wolf's phenomenon in the Black Tortoise world and immediately shouted. I know, so long-winded. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with displeasure when he heard this. He glanced at the private room on the south side. Chu Yun and the first prince of the dragons were sitting opposite each other. The four followers stood respectfully at the side. When the woman in the red dress saw this, she also had a thoughtful look in her eyes. There were at least 800 people coming and going every day in the tea house, if not 1,000. She could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Looking at the situation, it was not difficult to judge that although this man and woman looked very ordinary on the surface, they definitely had a great background. She naturally didn't dare to neglect such people, so she quickly brought the Dew Dragon Well over. After tasting the Dew Dragon Well for the first time, the first prince of the dragons was also surprised. It seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. I'm sure. The first prince of the dragons nodded. He looked at Chu Yun and asked, Have you never been to such a good place before? Chu Yun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and sighed, There are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day. How could I have the time to come to such a place? It's all thanks to your highness that I'm fortunate enough to come here. That's true. After all, it's such a big demon palace. But I really admire you. A woman actually cares about so many things. The first prince of the dragons chuckled. There's nothing I can do. Who asked me to have a teacher who only wants to be a carefree crane? Chu Yun smiled bitterly. The first prince of the dragons smiled and turned to look around. He saw the white-eyed wolf again, but he didn't care. Then he drank tea and chatted with Chu Yun. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons and muttered, This little gaze, do you have any thoughts about my Yuner? Who cares if he has any thoughts? Anyway, don't act recklessly. Seeing the white-eyed wolf outside alone, Qin Feiyang was a little worried. However, he really couldn't go out now. Time quietly passed. About an hour later, the sound of the zither finally disappeared. Not long after, an old man with a white beard walked out of the tea house. He looked like an immortal as he walked straight into the pavilion in the center. Old man, what interesting story are you going to tell today? In a pavilion not far away, a young man in white looked at the white-bearded old man and asked with a smile. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf, Chu Yun, and the first prince of the dragons all looked at the white-bearded old man. They saw that this old man was the storyteller of the tea house. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely. He stood in front of the stone table and looked around. He smiled and said, "Today, I'm going to tell you about Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Winged Golden Wolf." Winged Golden Wolf? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. Was he talking about it? Thinking about it carefully, it did have golden wings on its back. "You're still talking about them? Aren't you tired?" Someone laughed. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "It's not tiring to tell a good story. If you feel tired listening to it, then I'll change the story." Don't. Is there any story in the Eastern continent that is more exciting than theirs? Let's talk about them. Someone quickly said. This was indeed not an exaggeration. Now, not to mention the Eastern continent, the most talked about people in the entire Skycloud realm were Qin Feiyang and the others. Yesterday we talked about how Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Winged Golden Wolf joined forces with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to go to the Western continent and destroy the Blood Hall, removing it from the Skycloud realm. This is really a shocking feat. Then today, let's talk about why Qin Feiyang, the Demon Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance suddenly fell out with each other. The white-bearded old man put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone calmly. "Tell us quickly. Don't keep us in suspense." "What?" someone urged. The first prince of the dragons held a teacup and drank the Longjing tea while looking at the white-bearded old man with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Of course he knew. The Demon Palace fell out with Qin Feiyang because of a conflict of interest. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance fell out with Qin Feiyang because of the greed of the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, these were all secrets and not many people knew about it. He wanted to see what kind of story this old man could come up with. There are only two reasons for falling out. First, benefits. Second, their ideals are different. First, let's talk about benefits. In fact, the destruction of the Blood Hall didn't benefit Qin Feiyang and the others much. Because everyone knows that Qin Feiyang has a grudge against the Blood Hall, and he went there purely for revenge. Therefore, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance benefited the most from that battle. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance entered the Western continent and became the ruler of the Western continent, becoming a super force comparable to the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, and Deity Palace in one fell swoop. As for the Demon Palace, they finally gained control of the entire Eastern continent because of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's withdrawal. This outcome can be said to be a happy ending for everyone. However, just after Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared for a period of time, they reappeared and fell out with the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. From the looks of it, this isn't a conflict because of benefits. Because if it was because of benefits, they wouldn't have waited until today to fall out. Everyone, do you think what I said makes sense? After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, he looked at everyone and asked with a smile. It makes sense. Someone nodded and smiled. Let's talk about their ideals. As a major force, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance must pay attention to resources, status, and ruling power. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, they are not part of a power. Instead, they are like many of us. For the sake of living, for the sake of survival, they are striving and working hard. What they pursue is freedom, carefreeness, and carefreeness. They want to continuously surpass their limits and achieve their goals. So, in terms of ideology, they are completely at odds. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Chapter 3481. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang, who were in the Black Tortoise realm, were surprised by the white-bearded old man's words. What he said really seemed to be the case. Because that was what they were after. Freedom, chic, and breaking through their own limits. Although it was a storyteller, it was quite accurate. The first prince of the dragon's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, "Old man, do you know Qin Feiyang and the others?" "Of course not." The white-bearded old man looked at the first prince of the dragons and shook his head with a smile. The first prince of the dragons asked, "Then how do you know that they are after these things?" The white-bearded old man laughed with a hoarse voice. "It's a story. This old man is happy to tell it. Little brother, it's fine as long as you are happy to hear it. Why take it so seriously?" "All right." The first prince of the dragons shook his head with a smile. He was indeed taking it too seriously. Someone asked, "So, they fell out because their ideals were different?" "No. Qin Feiyang and the others are not ambitious." "Why do I dare to say that?" "Because it can be seen from the fact that they allowed the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to enter the Western continent. If they were ambitious people, would they let the Rogue Cultivator Alliance go? And from this, it can be seen that they are a group of people who are indifferent to fame and fortune. For such people, even if their ideals are different, they can just avoid contact in the future. There is no need to fall out and embarrass everyone. The white-bearded old man smiled. The woman in the red dress brought over a cup of tea. He held the teacup and moistened his throat. Then he said, "So, this old man dares to say that there is definitely a mystery behind this." "What mystery?" The white-eyed wolf could not help but ask. Listening to this story was really interesting. There was truth in the fake and falsehood in the truth. The more they listened, the more mysterious it became. The white-bearded old man put down the teacup and smiled. The so-called mystery starts from when Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared. When they disappeared, the white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. After destroying the Blood Palace, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. But this old man knows where they went during the time they disappeared. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Really? Tell me about it. White-eyed wolf took a sip of tea and looked at the white-bearded old man with a smile. The others were also curious. The white-bearded old man smiled. They went to the Yin Devil Land. What? Went to the Yin Devil Land? Everyone was stunned. Chu Yun couldn't help but ask, "How did you know they went to the Yin Devil Land?" Actually, this is not a secret. Anyone who has been to the Yinma land knows that Qin Feiyang's group went there a while ago. At that time, other than Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the double-winged Golden Wolf, there was also the Blood Hall Master, Pei Tianhong, and the Shadow Guard Deputy Commander, Wang Changyuan. They had all submitted to Qin Feiyang. After entering the Yin Devil Land, they encountered very strange things. I believe everyone has some understanding of the situation in the Yin Devil Land. There are many powerful ferocious beasts living there. These ferocious beasts are not afraid of the Yin Devil power. Many people who went to the Yin Devil Land to search for treasures were attacked and hunted down by them. The white-bearded old man smiled. That's true. I once had a friend who insisted on going to the Yin Devil Land to gain experience despite my advice. In the end, he died under the fangs of those ferocious beasts. A young man in black shook his head and sighed. That's right. I have an uncle who was also hunted down by these ferocious beasts and almost lost his life in the Yin Devil Land. He still hasn't walked out of the shadows. Another woman nodded and said sadly. Even if you don't know the rumors about the Yin Devil Land, you must have heard it from the people around you. And all along, everyone thought that the biggest threat in the Yin Devil Land was the ferocious beasts and the Yin Devil power inside, but that's not the case. There's a group of terrifying existences living in the Yin Devil Land. There are humans and ferocious beasts in this group of terrifying existences, but without exception, they all have a blood mark between their eyebrows. And they're very strong. Even Qin Feiyang's group was no match for them. The white-bearded old man's gaze was very serious when he said this. A blood mark? Really? Everyone was surprised. What's the point of caring whether it's true or false? Besides, if you're really interested, you can go to the Yin Devil Land and ask around. At the time, Qin Feiyang's group was surrounded by that mysterious faction and fled to the depths of the Yin Devil Land. It seemed that the mysterious faction was after Qin Feiyang's group. As for what happened after that, no one knows. That's because everyone who knew about it, including the beasts who knew about it, was killed by the shockwaves of the Sovereign Weapons battle. That's right. Back in the land of Yin Devils, there was a battle between Sovereign Weapons. As expected, it must have been Qin Feiyang's group fighting that mysterious faction. Not long after, Qin Feiyang's group returned. Not long after that, Qin Feiyang's group fought again at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land. This time, there were fluctuations of Sovereign Weapons again. It's not hard to imagine that Qin Feiyang's group ran into a terrifying faction, and this faction has always existed in the Yin Devil Land. It's just that no one knows about it. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely, looking very mysterious. Everyone fell silent. Although they were listening to a story and knew that it might be false, they still couldn't help but feel their hearts grow heavy. Was there really a mysterious faction hidden in the Yin Devil Land? Not long after that, something else happened. I believe everyone has heard of this matter. Not long after the battle at the entrance to the Yin Devil Land, a group of mysterious people suddenly came to the eastern continent with sovereign weapons and directly barged into the Demon Palace to inquire about Qin Feiyang. Even the three heads of the Demon Palace had to submit. One can imagine how terrifying these mysterious people are. Now you must be wondering who these mysterious people are. Why are the Demon Palace so afraid? This old man can tell you that they are the mysterious faction that has been hiding in the Yin Devil Land. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeve and said firmly, What? Those people who came to the demon palace are from that mysterious faction. Everyone looked at each other. At the same time, the 4 followers of the first dragons couldn't help but have a trace of killing intent in their eyes. However, the first dragon sensed this killing intent and secretly glared at the 4, indicating that they shouldn't act rashly. Then, the first dragons looked at the white-bearded old man and said with a smile, "How do you know that they are from that mysterious faction? Because this is too coincidental. Moreover, who in the Sky Cloud realm doesn't know about Qin Feiyang's strength? He has 2 sovereign weapons and the slaughter domain that is comparable to a sovereign weapon. He also has an expert like Pei Tianhong following him. Even the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, Divine Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't dare to provoke them. So, other than that mysterious faction, who else has the confidence and courage to do so?" Here comes the main point. After this group of mysterious people arrived, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang. This is really fast. As I expected, the reason why the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance turned against Qin Feiyang is to protect themselves. Because even Qin Feiyang is afraid of this faction, needless to say, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. To put it bluntly, a faction like the Demon Palace only has eternal interests and no eternal friends. As for the second reason, my personal guess is that the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance should be coveting Qin Feiyang's sovereign weapon. Because a ruler's divine weapon is simply too important to a power. Take the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for example. Even if they rule the entire Western continent now, they don't have a sovereign weapon. It's difficult for them to be on equal footing with the Demon Palace, Divine Palace and Sky Palace. Therefore they need a sovereign weapon to guard them. And Qin Feiyang and the others are not bound. It's obviously impossible for them to stay in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance forever. Therefore, it's inevitable that they want to kill them and steal their treasures. After all, there are some things that you have to grasp in your own hands. That is the most reliable. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "Do you think that this is cruel and unfair to Qin Feiyang and the others? No, this is the way of the world." "What's going on?" the white-eyed wolf muttered. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Apart from the act between them, the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, everything else was real. Were they sure that this old man was just an ordinary storyteller? The white-bearded old man took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "This is today's story. Everyone just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Also, don't tell the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. I can't bear the responsibility." "That's it? Don't? Go on. I'm just getting excited." Everyone hurriedly shouted. It's boring to finish the story in one go. Friends who want to hear more, please come again tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good time. I'll take my leave first. The white-bearded old man said with a smile, put down his teacup and turned to leave. One of the followers looked at the white-bearded old man's back and sent a voice transmission. "Your Highness, this person actually knows so much about us. Could it be related to Qin Feiyang?" The first prince of the dragons was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "Since you suspect him, bring him back for interrogation. There's a saying among humans that I like very much. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go." With that, he held his teacup with a smile and drank by himself. From the beginning to the end he was like an outsider. The 4 followers looked at each other, and then their gazes landed on the white-bearded old man in unison. A cold light surged in their eyes. At the side, Chu Yun was silent. At this time she definitely could not speak. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would arouse the displeasure of the first prince of the dragons. Chapter 3482. Something's not right. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf's pupils constricted as he glanced at the first prince and his 4 followers. Although he couldn't see their faces, the atmosphere clearly changed. "Don't be rash. For us, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. A heaven-sent opportunity? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, not understanding. "Originally, I planned to set up a trap here and lure the first prince of the dragons to the heavenly cloud ocean, then quickly kill him. But now, this storyteller has obviously aroused the suspicions of the first prince of the dragons. We might as well make use of this storyteller." Qin Feiyang transmitted. "How?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Let the first prince of the dragons and his group take him away first, then we'll save him. At that time, when the first prince of the dragons sees someone coming to save this storyteller, what will he think? He will definitely become more suspicious and think that even if this storyteller has nothing to do with us, his identity is definitely not ordinary. So, at that time he will chase after him to the end. Qin Feiyang transmitted. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf nodded in understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the most important thing is that by shifting the attention to this storyteller, the first prince of the dragons won't suspect that the demon palace is colluding with us. You're a little dishonest. You actually want to make use of such a pitiful old man. The white-eyed wolf secretly despised him. What do you know? We're also saving him in a disguised way. Do you think that when he falls into the hands of the first prince of the dragons, he will have a way out? Let me tell you, as long as this storyteller is captured by the first prince of the dragons and taken to the demon palace, he will definitely not be able to walk out alive. Qin Feiyang secretly said. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The dragons of the Sky Cloud realm were actually the same as the dragons of the ancient realm. Using the strong to bully the weak, bullying men and seizing women, he was simply an impeccable villain. Logically speaking, mystical dragons were such noble creatures. They should be humble, courteous, and friendly to people. But why were all the dragons they met so smelly? They felt as if they were high and mighty kings, and all living beings had to submit to them. Why don't we be more open-minded and keep a low profile? Qin Feiyang continued, the hunting location is still at White Crane Island in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. As for the sea beasts in that area, I have already evacuated them yesterday. Did you run out yesterday to evacuate those sea beasts? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. The sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Sea have been so good to us. Of course we can't do anything to harm them. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Not to mention the other sea beasts, just the little rabbit. If it was because of them that the Heavenly Cloud Sea flowed with blood, the little rabbit would not easily let them go even if their relationship was so good. In the blink of an eye, the four followers stepped out at the same time and instantly landed beside the white-bearded old man. The four of them stood in the north, south, east, and west positions, blocking the white-bearded old man's path. This sudden scene caused everyone present to be involuntarily stunned. The white-bearded old man was the same. When he came back to his senses, he cupped his hands and smiled. Guests, the story is really over. If you want to hear it, please come early tomorrow. He thought that these four followers wanted him to continue telling the story. When the four of them heard this, their faces were expressionless and they said lightly, please come with us. The white-bearded old man was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, where to? The four of them did not answer, but there was a trace of cold light in their eyes. The atmosphere is not right. What are they going to do? The people around looked at the four followers with suspicious faces. The white-bearded old man also vaguely felt that something was wrong and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, old man, I still have something to do at home, so I have to rush back immediately. How about this, you tell me a place and when I'm done with the things at home I'll go find you. After saying that, he turned sideways and wanted to squeeze between the two followers. But the two followers stood firmly on the ground like Mount Tai, and the cold light in their eyes became more and more intense. What are you doing? The tea house is a place of elegance. How can you be so mischievous? Besides, he's just a storyteller with no status, no background, and no interest involved with you. Why are you looking for him? Two young men were not pleasing to the eyes of the four people's behavior and could not help but scold them angrily. However, his four followers turned a deaf ear to him. However, from the expression on their faces, it could be seen that their patience was about to reach its limit. At the same time, when the first prince of the dragons heard the scolding of the two young men, he could not help but look at them with a hint of contempt in his playful eyes. It was the first time he saw someone who dared to yell in front of him. Feeling the gradually heavy atmosphere, the white-bearded old man became more and more anxious. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He looked at the four people with a pleading face and said, "For people, I do have an urgent matter at home, please be magnanimous." At this time, the woman in the red dress also ran over and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" The white-bearded old man said anxiously, "Little Red, I don't know. Please help me beg for mercy. I'm just an old storyteller, why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Hearing this, the woman in the red dress hurriedly looked at the four followers and said apologetically, "For people, if Mr. Bai has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. This has nothing to do with you." One of the followers said coldly. That. The woman's face froze, and then she suddenly recalled that they seemed to be the followers of that man and woman. So, she immediately ran over to the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun and spoke on their behalf. The first prince of the dragons waved his hand and smiled, "Miss, there's no need to be anxious. I'm just quite curious about something, so I want to take him back and ask him about it. What is it? Why do you have to take him away? You can ask him right here. Another young man and woman spoke, and their faces were covered in displeasure. It was such a good atmosphere, yet it had been turned into such a mess, and it simply spoiled their mood. The first prince of the dragon's brows instantly raised when he heard this. These people really don't know what's good for them. I'm already very merciful that I didn't make a fuss about it earlier, yet they actually dared to cause trouble here. Do they really think I have a good temper? Not to mention the first prince of the dragons, even the 4 followers had endured it to their limits. Swoosh. One of them took a step forward and descended before the young man and woman. What are all of you doing? This is Ocean of Cloud City, a place ruled by the Devil Hall. How dare all of you? The young man and woman immediately stood up and shouted. However, they hadn't even finished speaking when that follower raised his hand and smashed his fist forward. Both of their bodies exploded apart in midair, causing blood and flesh to spray towards the surroundings. He killed them? The others watched this scene with astonishment, and all of them instantly broke out in cold sweat when they recovered from their shock. Who exactly is he? He actually dared to kill in public in Ocean of Cloud City? If anyone dares to speak another word, then everyone here can dream of leaving alive. That follower glanced at the surroundings while a shocking sharp glow flashed through his eyes. My lord, what are you? The woman in a red dress gazed at that follower, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. Humans are like that. They won't be obedient until they're beaten. The first prince of the dragons muttered indifferently, and then he drank the tea in his cup before he stood up and gazed at Chu Yun. Chu Yun understood his intentions and opened up a spatial passageway. What? The laws of space and time. Their pupils constricted. They've actually grasped the laws of space and time. So, their identities are definitely not ordinary. Let's go. The first prince of the dragons glanced indifferently at the surroundings, and then he walked towards the spatial passageway. Chu Yun followed closely behind him, and she was rather anxious in her heart. Why hasn't Qin Feiyang shown himself? The 4 followers immediately grabbed the white-bearded old man and chased after the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun when they noticed this. As for the white-bearded old man, he was like a helpless little lamb at this moment. No one here dared to stop them as well. Because the situation was right before their eyes, and it was a group of people that they couldn't afford to offend. Prepare to attack. I'll give you a path. Flee along that path and someone will come to your aid. Right at this moment. Qin Feiyang's voice resounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Come to my aid? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. I don't have the time to explain now. You'll find out when the time comes. Qin Feiyang said. In front of the spatial passageway. Just as the first prince of the dragons and his group were about to step into the passageway, a black shadow suddenly swept past the 4 followers. When the 4 followers came back to their senses, they found that the white-bearded old man had already disappeared in front of them. Who is it? The 4 followers immediately roared, and a terrifying divine aura erupted, enveloping all directions. Chu Yun also quivered and quickly turned around to look around. Was it Qin Feiyang? At the same time, the first prince of the dragons also suddenly turned around, sweeping his gaze in all directions, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. The other people in the tea house were also a little stunned by this sudden change. What's the big deal about bullying an old man? Suddenly, a sneer rang out in the sky. He's up there. Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone looked up at the sky and saw a black-clothed young man standing against the wind, and the white-bearded old man was right beside him. That's right. He was the white-eyed wolf. It's him? When the woman in the red dress saw the white-eyed wolf, her expression was rather surprised. This was because when Qin Feiyang and the woman in the red dress had conversed, he had mentioned the divine tea. Thus, the woman in the red dress had a special impression of this face. Is it you? At the same time, Chu Yun sized up the white-eyed wolf, muttering in her heart. You're courting death. In the next instant, the 4 followers roared and simultaneously rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. A mere late-stage sovereign dared to act so impudently in front of them? Yes, I am courting death, but let's see if you have the ability to do so. The white-eyed wolf sneered disdainfully, activated the instant time, and instantly appeared outside the city. What? That's the instant time. He's a late-stage sovereign, but he actually grasped the supreme profundity of the world's laws? The 4 followers' expressions instantly froze. Chapter 3483. Moment of time. The first prince of the dragons frowned and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He shouted, there must be something wrong with them. We can't let them escape. Chase. Because even among the dragons there was no such monster. Whoosh. When the 4 followers heard this, they immediately activated their assistant's divine arts and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. Judging from their speed, all of them were using supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine arts. Looking at Chu Yun, who was still in a daze, the first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them." Chu Yun quivered and hurriedly swept up the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the sky like lightning. As a paragon ruler, Chu Yun's speed was naturally quite fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared outside the eastern city with the first prince of the dragons. Because the tea house was located on the outskirts of the eastern city, it was not far from the city. As long as they did not pass through the city gate and directly pass through the city wall, with their cultivation, it would only take an instant. I didn't expect the tea house to be so full of hidden dragons today. That's right. One has grasped the space-time law and the other has grasped the time law. It's really hard to imagine. Who are they? Especially that black-clothed youth. He looked so young, but he actually comprehended the supreme profundity of the space-time law. Could it be that he came from some mysterious faction? Everyone was bewildered. The woman in the red dress retracted her gaze and waved her jade-like hand to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. She smiled and said, "Sorry to have frightened everyone. All of today's expenses are free of charge." If it was normal times, everyone would be very happy that the bill was free. After all, the price of the Yulu Longjing was not cheap. But now, they were not in the mood to be happy at all. Their gazes were always looking outside the eastern city. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress did not say anything and quickly entered the tea house. The tea house had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was basically full. The private rooms on the second floor were also almost full. At that very moment, those people were also bewildered. That was because they had personally witnessed the entire process from inside the tea house. "Sorry everyone, please continue." When the woman in the red dress passed by, she apologized to the surrounding guests one by one and then went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was extremely quiet. There was not even a single guest. "Young master." The woman in the red dress walked in front of a closed door and called out softly, "I already know what's going on outside. You don't have to worry. Treat the guests well. I'll take care of it." A gentle and refined voice sounded from inside. "All right." The woman in the red dress heard this and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be relieved and no more sounds came from the room. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World, the land of demons. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction where White-Eyed Wolf and the others had disappeared through the images in the void. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes as he took out the divine voice transmission stone. The next moment, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Has it already begun? The Alliance master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. However, the situation has changed. The White-Eyed Wolf is being chased by them. However, the plan hasn't changed. I've already told the White-Eyed Wolf's escape route in advance. Hurry up and change your appearance and be ready to help at any time. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The Alliance master nodded. Outside the city, the White-Eyed Wolf brought the white-bearded old man and kept activating the momentary time, moving as fast as lightning. The beasts along the way couldn't see their traces, and could only feel a gust of wind blowing past them. At the rear, 4 followers, Chu Yun, the dragons, and the Crown Prince followed closely behind. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yun didn't say a word. Looking at the back of the White-Eyed Wolf, she secretly pondered in her heart. This shouldn't be Qin Feiyang, right? Because Qin Feiyang didn't master the space-time law, let alone the momentary time. But other than Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? Could it be, suddenly, a wolf king with golden wings on his back appeared in her mind. That's right. It must be this wolf cub. Because Elder Hua had returned and told her that the White-Eyed Wolf had also stepped into the Greater Mastery Dominator realm. However, what about Qin Feiyang? And Pei Tianhong? Why didn't they appear? Although the White-Eyed Wolf had mastered the momentary time, the 4 followers of the dragons were all at the Great Perfection Dominator realm and had mastered the supreme-level heaven-defying divine art. In terms of speed, the 4 of them were a little faster than the White-Eyed Wolf. If this continued, the 4 of them would catch up to the wolf cub sooner or later. Moreover, she was still there. If the Crown Prince of the Dragons asked her to activate the space-time law to intercept, the White-Eyed Wolf wouldn't be able to escape. Wait. The White-Eyed Wolf seemed to have mastered the space-time law too. But why didn't it activate the space-time teleportation channel at the tea house and directly escape? What was going on? As the deputy palace master of the Demon Palace and Elder Hua's favorite student, she naturally wasn't stupid. She quickly guessed the white-eyed wolf's goal. It was to lure the crown prince of the dragons and the others to another place. In that case, could it be that this white-bearded old man was also purposely arranged by the white-eyed wolf? Right now, her mind was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand it all. What were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf doing? Little brother, thank you. In front. The white-bearded old man turned to look at Chu Yun and the others. He was still in a state of shock. The white-eyed wolf's expression was very serious. It scanned the mountains and rivers in front of it and said in a deep voice, "Don't thank me too early. Their cultivation is stronger than mine. We can't escape at all." Although Qin Feiyang had said that as long as it followed this route, someone would come to rescue it, it knew nothing about Qin Feiyang's plan. Therefore it couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's face turned even paler. He asked, "Then what should we do?" "I don't know." The white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him now. Qin Feiyang's plan was good, but wouldn't the hunting location be too far away? Heavenly Cloud Sea, White Crane Island. If no one came to rescue it, it would have been caught by the first prince of the dragons and the others before it could fly to the Heavenly Cloud Sea. And now, it didn't dare to open the space-time transmission channel. Because if it opened the space-time transmission channel and successfully escaped, Qin Feiyang's plan would be in vain. Because now it and the white-bearded old man were bait to lure these people. If they escaped, there would be no way to lure the first prince of the dragons and the others to White Crane Island. This was difficult to deal with. "Little Qinzi, are you there?" The white-eyed wolf whispered. But Qin Feiyang didn't respond. As expected. The white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had already separated from it. Although Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as its, Qin Feiyang's speed of controlling the Black Tortoise realm was not as fast as its speed of activating the momentary time. So it guessed that when they left the tea house they had already separated. To be honest, in the face of the current situation without Qin Feiyang as its backbone, it was still a little flustered. "Little Qinzi? Are you there?" "What do you mean?" The white-bearded old man heard the white-eyed wolf's whisper and couldn't help but look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "It's none of your business. Be quiet." The white-eyed wolf glared at him fiercely. The white-bearded old man shrank his neck and suddenly quieted down. "Let's see where you can escape to." Behind. The four followers were murderous and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The white-eyed wolf could already feel a fatal threat. Now it was too late to open the space-time transmission channel. Because the four of them could catch up and collapse the space-time channel. They haven't appeared yet? The white-eyed wolf was burning with anxiety. It glanced at the mountains in front of it. Was there anyone to help? Another few breaths passed. The four people behind it suddenly released their pressure and rolled toward the white-eyed wolf. Because the distance now was enough for them to imprison the white-eyed wolf. "Bastard! If you don't come to help me, I'll die." The white-eyed wolf roared in its heart and frantically activated the momentary time. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man were about to be imprisoned by the pressure of the four people, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the mountains below. It swept in front of the white-eyed wolf like lightning and grabbed the white-eyed wolf and the white-bearded old man. It activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine art and flew away without looking back. "There's someone else?" The four followers were stunned and immediately flew into a rage. There were so many reckless people today. What's going on? Could it be Pei Tianhong? Seeing the appearance of the black shadow, Chu Yun also had a trace of doubt in her heart. Looking at the face of the first prince of the dragons, it became more and more gloomy. The white-eyed wolf was also stunned. Then, it turned its head to look at the black shadow beside it. Its eyes could not help but reveal a suspicious look. This was a black-robed old man. Other than a pair of eyes, his entire body was covered in a black robe, looking incomparably mysterious. Even the look in his eyes looked very unfamiliar. But it was certain that this was the person that Qin Feiyang said was coming to help it. "You really came in time. But who exactly are you?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted its voice. "Yes." The black-robed old man's voice sounded in the white-eyed wolf's mind. Even the voice was very unfamiliar. "I can't guess and I'm not in the mood." The white-eyed wolf pursed its lips. "You wolf cub, you're too impatient." The black-robed old man shook his head and smiled, then transmitted his voice. "You've done so much for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. As the Alliance leader, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. It's you? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. Well, do you think it's Elder Hua? The Demon Hall Master? Or Wuxia? They don't have the space-time laws. How can they be as convenient as me? Besides, I'm the one who set up the barrier around the Nine-Dragon Mountain range. Only I have the ability to leave the Alliance capital without the little princess of the dragons noticing. The Alliance leader smiled faintly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf replied secretly. Whether it was the deputy Alliance leader or the Hall of Famers, none of them could come and go freely in the barrier set up by the Alliance leader. Then it transmitted its voice. Don't say that. At first I thought you were really that old man Elder Hua. Yesterday when Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, we discussed it. Elder Hua has been in contact with the first prince too many times. If we let him come, even if we hide his identity, he might be seen through. So we didn't look for him. The Alliance leader explained secretly. Chapter 3484. You guys contacted each other yesterday? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Yes. It was last night. He sent us a message saying that he needed our help. To be honest, I'm more and more impressed by this kid now. The entire plan, as long as it was a possible situation, he could think of it in advance. For example, he predicted that neither you nor he would be able to match the first prince's followers in terms of speed, so he sent me to receive you. If it was someone else who didn't think of this, then no matter how thorough the plan was, it could basically be declared a failure. The Alliance Master secretly laughed, his tone full of praise. In the past, Qin Feiyang's performance had made him look at him in a different light. This was not something a young person could do. But as he slowly got along with him, he realized that what he saw before was only the tip of the iceberg. Of course. If he didn't have a brain, how could we have survived until now? But don't praise him like that because he occasionally makes mistakes. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. No one is perfect. The Alliance Master smiled faintly, glanced at the white-bearded old man next to him and secretly asked, "Is this the unforeseen event that Qin Feiyang mentioned?" Kind of. But his biggest miscalculation was that he forgot that when he met the first prince of the dragons, they would dislike each other and dislike each other, so he asked me to replace him. The white-eyed wolf secretly thought. No matter how careful and cautious a person is, there will be times when they miscalculate. This is unavoidable as long as it can be saved in time. The Alliance Master secretly laughed, then glanced at the first prince of the dragons and the others who were following behind him and sighed. This time, in order to help you guys, I was especially careful. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. The Alliance Master secretly said, not only did I change my aura, but I also recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique, which is the divine technique that I am using now. Recultivated a supreme-level support divine technique? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and suspiciously asked, is there a need for that? Don't all support divine techniques look the same? No. Even though auxiliary divine arts increase speed, if you look closely, you can still see the difference. For example, Qin Feiyang's space-time step and Little Lunatic's specter ghost steps. These divine arts all have their own characteristics. No matter how well they conceal it, it's still very easy for others to recognize them. Besides, in this situation we can't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise we'll end up being crushed. The Alliance Master thought. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and secretly agreed. Then he chuckled and said, then after this you have to be careful. Don't use this kind of auxiliary divine art in front of the dragons. It's all right. If you can kill them this time, it doesn't matter if the other dragons see you because only these people can see me. As long as we silence them, nothing will happen. The Alliance Master replied indifferently. What if we can't kill him? White-eyed wolf asked. That's simple. Just destroy this support-type divine art. The Alliance Master smiled inwardly. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and speechless. You're really extravagant. You're even willing to destroy a supreme divine art. Otherwise, if you don't destroy it, what if you use it in a hurry when fighting? Won't you be exposed? Actually, it's not a big deal. Mastering one type of auxiliary divine art is enough for a lifetime. The Alliance Master smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Don't. If you really can't do it, you can give it to me. With me here, even if the dragons see it, it doesn't matter. After all, it's a pity to destroy an auxiliary divine art of this level. The white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. Don't you have the instant time? Why do you still need it? The Alliance Master was puzzled. The instant time was much stronger than an auxiliary divine art. Are you stupid? The instant time requires the law of time as the basis for consumption. I can't keep the instant time open, right? If I encounter danger in the future and the law of time is exhausted, wouldn't I have to stand there and wait for death? Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. The Alliance Master was stunned and smiled bitterly. That's true. All right, I'll send you off when the time comes. Good brother. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Good brother? Cough, cough. The Alliance Master choked on his words. We're familiar with each other, but don't mess up the seniority, okay? Qin Feiyang and Madman were the disciples of the Vice Alliance Master. He and the Vice Alliance Master were of the same generation, and as Qin Feiyang's partner, shouldn't the white-eyed wolf call him uncle or something? However, after knowing each other for so long, he understood the white-eyed wolf quite well. There was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, for the white-eyed wolf, the closer it was to someone, the more it liked it, the more casual it would be. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-bearded old man again and sent a sound transmission. Then what should we do with him later? When the war starts, who will care about him? Let's see what happens to him. The white-eyed wolf said lightly. The Alliance Master nodded. As the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he naturally couldn't be a soft-hearted person. An ordinary person like the white-bearded old man couldn't be bothered with him. Looking at the first Prince of the Dragons and the others behind him again, the Alliance Master sent a sound transmission and asked, "Which one is Chu Yun?" The white-eyed wolf thought, "It's the woman next to the first Prince of the Dragons. According to little Qinzi, she seems to have a Dominator Divine Weapon." Dominator Divine Weapon. When the war starts, she definitely won't be able to stand by and watch. It seems that it will be a tough battle for you guys. The Alliance Master sighed. What are you afraid of? Besides, she definitely won't fight us to the death. At most, she will help the first Prince of the Dragons restrain one of our Dominator Divine Weapons. The white-eyed wolf didn't care at all. The Alliance Master thought for a moment and said, "Well, as long as you guys are confident. Now you can go and provoke them and make them follow us. Don't give up halfway." That's what I want. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and turned to look at the first Prince of the Dragons and the others, saying, "Are you still chasing? Are you done yet? Isn't it just that I didn't like the look of it and saved an old man? Is there a need to chase after me like this?" The first Prince of the Dragons' eyes flashed and said, "If you don't want us to chase after you, then stop and answer a few questions." "You want me to stop, so I will stop? Do you think you are from the Demon Palace?" The white-eyed wolf looked disdainful. "People from the Demon Palace?" A trace of mockery appeared in the first Prince of the Dragon's eyes as he said indifferently, "If you dare to provoke me, even if you are from the Demon Palace, I will still destroy you." So arrogant? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He looked suspiciously at the first Prince of the Dragons and asked, "Are you joking with me? As the overlord of the Eastern Continent, the Demon Palace is something you can destroy just because you want to? Do I look like I am joking with you? I advise you to stop immediately, or you will bear the consequences." The first Prince of the Dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the contempt between his brows was undisguised. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said, "I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Can you guys stop chasing? Take it that I beg you." He said that on purpose. For someone like the first Prince of the Dragons, the more you told him not to chase, the more he would chase. Too late. As expected, the first Prince of the Dragons sneered. "Damn you, why am I so unlucky to provoke you guys? You want to chase, right? Then let's continue. Let's see if you can catch up." The white-eyed wolf snorted and retracted his gaze. He looked at the Alliance Master and transmitted his voice. "They won't use the Sovereign Divine Weapon, right? Don't worry. We have thought about this for a long time. At present, they won't use the Sovereign Divine Weapon because it will hurt many innocent creatures. Although the dragons are powerful, they are also afraid of provoking the wrath of the people. After all, the wrath of the people is a very scary thing. Besides, even if the dragons are not afraid, Chu Yun will stop them." The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. "That's good." The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed in relief. As long as they could successfully enter the Sea of Clouds, even if the first Prince of the Dragons activated the Sovereign Divine Weapon, he would not be afraid. With the cultivation of a peak dominator and the assistance of a supreme divine technique, his speed was naturally unimaginable. About an hour later, a city entered their line of sight. This was the eastern mountain city closest to the Sea of Clouds. Although the eastern mountain city was not big, it was still extremely prosperous due to its geographical location. What a powerful aura. Suddenly, the people in the city were in an uproar as they looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky. Their expressions were full of surprise. Not only was his aura powerful, but his speed was also so fast. This was definitely the existence of a peak dominator. One in front and one behind, desperately chasing after them. Who were these people? However, whether it was the white-eyed wolf and the other two or the first prince of the dragons and the others, they did not stop at all. They whistled past the eastern mountain city, and the sea of clouds also entered their line of sight. Chu Yun finally understood that they were trying to lure the dragons and the others to the sea of clouds. Her eyes flashed slightly and she said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the sea of clouds is in front of us. Why don't we give up first?" The more the first prince gave up, the more he would not give up. Because he had already chased them here, how could he be willing to watch the white-eyed wolf and the other two escape into the sea of clouds? However, the first prince of the dragons seemed to be a little afraid of the sea of clouds. We really can't continue to chase. If a battle breaks out in the sea of clouds and affects the sea beasts of the sea of clouds, the beast god will not let this matter rest. Chu Yun said. Beast god, the first prince of the dragons muttered, a sinister look flashed across his eyes and he said, "Then let's activate the sovereign divine weapon here." What? Activate the sovereign divine weapon? Your Highness, please reconsider. If you activate the sovereign divine weapon here, not only will it destroy the eastern mountain city, it will also affect all the nearby towns. As far as I know, there are hundreds of millions of humans in the nearby towns. And that's not counting the other creatures. Most importantly, activating the sovereign divine weapon here will also directly affect the sea beasts of the sea of clouds. Chu Yun's expression changed as she hurriedly exclaimed. Sure enough, as the Alliance Master said, if the first prince of the dragons wanted to activate the sovereign divine weapon, Chu Yun would be the first to stand up and stop him, because protecting the creatures of the eastern continent was her duty. In fact, the most important thing was the last sentence, which would also directly affect the sea beasts of the sea of clouds. When he first entered the eastern continent, he already knew that the second princess of the dragons and the others had been punished by the beast god. At that time even he was shocked. The beast god of the sea of clouds was actually so terrifying? So now that he came to the sea of clouds, he couldn't help but feel fear. Chapter 3485. Your Highness, if you really want to go in, then listen to me. Don't hurt the sea beasts here. As long as you don't hurt the sea beasts here, even if you use the sovereign divine weapon and kill them, the beast god won't interfere. Chu Yun looked at the first prince of the dragons and said in a low voice, Are you sure? The first prince of the dragons asked. I'm sure. Chu Yun nodded. The first prince of the dragons heaved a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Whoosh. Two groups of people entered the heavenly cloud sea one after another. Fuck you. You're still chasing? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the six people and roared angrily. The first prince of the dragons was silent, but his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like we've really gotten into big trouble. Why don't we talk? I'll return this old man to you and you'll let us go. The white-eyed wolf seemed to be ready to compromise. The first prince of the dragons nodded. Really? Don't fool me. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of vigilance. A real man's word is worth 9 tripods. The first prince of the dragons said with a cold smile in his eyes. The white-eyed wolf looked at the first prince of the dragons seriously and shook his head. I don't dare to believe you, but we really didn't mean to offend you. Can't you be merciful and give us a way out? That pleading tone made the first prince of the dragons very happy. Now you know fear. What were you doing earlier? This was the price for provoking him. Fuck you, today is really unlucky to meet a fool like you. You want to chase? Fine, I'll accompany you to the end today. If you don't chase half of it, then you're my grandson. The ingrate cursed again and again, looking as if he was going to go all out. Originally, the first prince of the dragons was quite proud, but when he heard this, his face sank and he shouted, Chu Yun, activate the space-time law and stop them in front. How dare he be so arrogant? How reckless. All right. Chu Yun nodded and the space-time laws appeared. In the next instant, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. Not good. The Alliance Master's pupils shrank as he transmitted his voice to the white-eyed wolf. You're pushing him too far. Don't you also control the space-time laws? Furthermore, your space-time laws are even above Chu Yun's. How could she possibly stop you? White-eyed wolf thought to himself. If I activate the space-time laws, Chu Yun really won't be able to stop me. But you have to know that there are only a handful of people in the Sky Cloud realm who have mastered the laws of space and time. Once I activate the laws of space and time, it is very likely that it will arouse the dragon's suspicion. The Alliance Master transmitted his voice. So you're saying that we really pushed him too far? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The Alliance Master glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, however, we have already expected this situation. After all, with Chu Yun following them, it's only a matter of time before we open the space-time tunnel to intercept them. How do we solve it? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Because they are afraid of harming the sea beasts in the Sky Cloud Ocean, so as long as we enter the Sky Cloud Ocean, they won't dare to fight with us. But they really want to kill us. What should we do? At this time, we need to take the initiative and tell them a place where they can fight. It's very easy to lure them to White Crane Island. The Alliance Master secretly said. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, what about the Fire Dragon and the son of the Ice Dragon? Are they by the side of the first prince of the dragons now? Last night, Qin Feiyang specially sent a message to Elder Hua to ask about this matter. It is said that the Fire Dragon has already left the Demon Palace more than a month ago. I wonder where it went. As for the son of the Ice Dragon, I have never seen it. We speculate that the son of the Ice Dragon might not have left the dragon's nest. Perhaps it's a trick of the little dragon princess to use the son of the Ice Dragon to pressure us. The palace master secretly said. That's a pity. The white-eyed wolf secretly sighed. At this time, Chu Yun was already in front of the sea, staring at the white-eyed wolf and the other two with killing intent in her eyes. Behind them, the first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers also had an imposing aura. The white-eyed wolf finally stopped. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of them. What? Not only does it control the law of time, but it also controls the law of space-time. The first prince of the dragons and his 4 followers were stunned. You want to kill us? Okay, I know a place where we don't have to worry about hurting the sea beasts. If you have the ability, then follow us. At most, we'll fight to the death. The white-eyed wolf's words were like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Before he finished speaking, the Alliance Master took him and the white-bearded old man into the space-time tunnel. That's what I want. Hearing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately rushed toward the space-time tunnel. But at this time, the 4 followers stopped in the void and reached out to stop him. What's wrong? The first prince of the dragons raised his eyebrows. The 4 of them looked at the space-time tunnel with flickering eyes. One of them suddenly said, Your Highness, why do I feel that something isn't right? Is there? Why can't I see it? The first prince of the dragons snorted coldly. At this time, Chu Yun also landed beside the first prince. She glanced at the 4 followers and a light flashed in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, Your Highness, their concerns are reasonable. What if this is a trap? A trap? The first prince of the dragons was stunned and sneered, So what if it's a trap? We have 2 sovereign divine weapons. Besides, they don't even know who we are. How could they deliberately set a trap for us? I think they are just cornered. Hearing this, the 4 followers felt that it made sense. They had all changed their appearances. From the beginning to the end, they had never exposed any information about their identities. So the other party didn't know who they were? Since he didn't know, then the trap was indeed a complete nonsense. Moreover, looking at the other party's performance and tone, it was indeed a bit of a cornered beast. In the blink of an eye, just as they were hesitating, the space-time teleportation channel had already begun to close. Seeing this, the first prince of the dragons immediately shouted, If we don't go in now, when the channel closes, it will be even harder to find them than ascending to the heavens. Hurry up. The 4 followers looked at each other and nodded at the same time. That's right. They had 2 sovereign divine weapons. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, they brought the first prince of the dragons and rushed into the space-time tunnel like lightning. A hint of ridicule flashed across Chu Yun's eyes. She thought that she was infallible, but she didn't know that she had already fallen into the trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others. However, the white-eyed wolf was really amazing. Whether it was the tone of his voice or the expression on his face, he could pass off as the real deal. It seemed that the madman and Qin Feiyang weren't the only powerful ones in this group of people. If this Wolf King was serious, he would be quite scary. Whoosh. Chu Yun took a deep breath and also stepped into the teleportation channel. White Crane Island. As soon as the white-eyed wolf, the Alliance Master and the white-bearded old man appeared, they saw a white-clothed young man standing in the air above the sea. This young man was really Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the white-bearded old man was stunned. Why did he look so familiar? Wait, Wasn't he the famous Qin Feiyang? Previously he had told his story at the tea house. Why was he here? At the same time, when Qin Feiyang saw the white-eyed wolf and the other two appear, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at the space-time tunnel behind the three of them and cupped his hands at the Alliance Master. Thank you. You're welcome. The Alliance Master waved his hand and smiled. He slapped the white-bearded old man unconscious and looked at Qin Feiyang. The mission has been completed, the rest is up to you. I'll go back first and help keep an eye on the dragon's little princess. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The dragon's little princess had to be fixed, otherwise there might be changes. Swoosh. The Alliance Master waved his hand, opened a space-time tunnel, and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the unconscious white-bearded old man, summoned his horsetail whisk and looked at the white-eyed wolf. You take him and leave too. As for how to deal with him, it's up to you. But you have to hide first like last time. Wait for me to attack and restrain the sovereign divine weapon of the first prince of the dragons and Chu Yun. Then you come out and catch them off guard. Remember, at that time you must kill them in one blow. Don't give them any chance to breathe. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely serious as he reminded the white-eyed wolf. This battle had to be ended quickly, because if it became a protracted battle, there would be many variables. If during the battle the other princes and princesses received the news and rushed over to support, then they would be the ones to suffer. Understood. The white-eyed wolf grinned and immediately brought the horsetail whisk and the unconscious white-bearded old man with him. He activated the momentary time and disappeared into the sea below like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked at the space-time teleportation channel again. He could already sense a few powerful auras surging over. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "Hunt, begin." Following that, he disappeared without a trace. The moment Qin Feiyang disappeared, 6 figures rushed out of the space-time teleportation channel one after another. It was the first prince of the dragons and the others. Where is he? However, when they saw that there was no one in the sky above the sea, they were stunned. The first prince of the dragons was furious. He looked at his 4 followers and shouted, I told you to hurry up, but you insisted on dawdling. Now you've lost him. Your Highness, please calm down. The 4 followers hurriedly comforted him. Chu Yun scanned the sea and her pupils constricted. This seemed to be White Crane Island? It turned out that Qin Feiyang had planned to hunt down the first prince of the dragons here. She glanced at the first prince of the dragons from the corner of her eye and pretended to be surprised. She exclaimed, Your Highness, this seems to be White Crane Island? White Crane Island. The first prince of the dragons was stunned. That's right. Back then, Qin Feiyang set up a trap here to deal with the Blood Hall. I was also there, so I have some impression of this place. It must be White Crane Island. Chu Yun nodded. One of the followers suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His gaze trembled slightly as he said in a deep voice, Your Highness, I heard from the second princess's followers that they seem to have exchanged hostages with the madman and the double-winged golden wolf on White Crane Island. Chapter 3486. Setting up a trap to deal with the Blood Hall. The second princess's soul was also exchanged here. Another follower muttered. His expression suddenly changed and he looked at the first prince of the dragons. Your Highness, could this be a trap set up by Qin Feiyang and the others? You're saying that those 3 people from before were Qin Feiyang and the others in disguise? The first prince of the dragons was surprised. That's possible. They've been to White Crane Island many times, so this is definitely their base. But why haven't we seen them yet? Most importantly, even if they were from Ocean of Cloud City before, we've already changed our appearances before entering the city. Even if we meet them face to face, they wouldn't know who we are. The 4 followers glanced at the stormy ocean with bewilderment in their eyes. No. The first prince of the dragons suddenly shook his head. What? The 4 of them looked at him in confusion. If Qin Feiyang really saw us in Ocean of Cloud City, then even if we changed our appearances, we wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Because we've all activated the Eye of Heaven. The first prince of the dragons said in a low voice. Yes. It's the Eye of Heaven. The 4 of them nodded repeatedly as they finally realized this. The Eye of Heaven? Chu Yun looked at the first prince of the dragons with a doubtful expression and asked, You've activated this battle soul as well? Of course she knew about it, because Elder Hua had already told her about it when he returned. However, she still had to continue acting. Yes. I've also activated the Eye of Heaven. You might not know this, but no matter if it's Qin Feiyang or I, when we see each other, we'll feel a sense of repulsion and disgust. The first prince of the dragons nodded. There's such a thing? If it's really Qin Feiyang's trap, then we're probably no match for him even if we have 2 sovereign divine weapons. After all, he has the slaughter domain. Your Highness, while Qin Feiyang hasn't shown up yet, quickly send a message to your younger brothers and sisters and ask them to quickly come and help. Chu Yun urged. Yes. Send a message to second sister and the others. If it's really a trap, then let's kill him right here. The Crown Prince of the Dragons sneered and looked at his 4 followers. The 4 followers nodded and took out their divine sound transmission stones. The first Prince of the Dragons scanned the void. Suddenly he frowned. His divine sense surged out in all directions. Immediately, he caught sight of something in the void in front of him and was shocked. What is it? Chu Yun looked at him in surprise. Prepare for battle. The Crown Prince of the Dragons shouted. Clang. In the next moment, 2 terrifying divine auras surged out like the eruption of a volcano, instantly enveloping the entire area. Following closely, an ancient castle that was hundreds of feet tall and a blood-red longsword that seemed to be condensed from blood shot out from the void. It carried a destructive aura as it pressed down on the 6 of them. Off, crack. The 6 of them spurted out blood on the spot. Their faces were deathly pale as they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Furthermore, the divine sound transmission stones in the hands of the 4 followers were also shattered by the sharpness of the blood-colored sword. Shit. This was premeditated. This was a trap. He destroyed our divine sound transmission stones to prevent us from sending a message to the second princess and the others. The 4 followers roared furiously. Bastard. The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared while a monstrous vicious aura erupted from his body. Clang. An expanse of golden light surged into appearance, and then a 1 m long spear appeared. Divine might surged as it sealed off the space ahead. Chu Yun's eyes flashed, and she immediately withdrew her crimson red sword as well. The sharpness of the sword swept out with overwhelming force and finally blocked the castle and the blood-red longsword. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. She was clearly standing by the Crown Prince of the Dragon's side, yet he attacked without any hesitation. What if he accidentally killed her? Hello. Along with a chuckle, Qin Feiyang walked out from midair and grabbed the blood-red longsword. The castle floated above him while emanating vast divine might. It really is you. The Crown Prince of the Dragon's face was extremely gloomy. Yes. I've been hiding in the city for so long just to wait for you to appear. I believe that you're looking forward to my appearance as well. After all, we're both trying to seize each other's eye of heaven. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He said that to help Chu Yun get rid of all suspicion. That's right. I am indeed looking forward to it. The Crown Prince of the Dragons nodded while gnashing his teeth. Since that's the case, then let's begin. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already driven away all the sea beasts in this area. Killing intent flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. He held the blood-red sword in his hand while the castle floated above him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air, and he looked like a demon king who had descended to the world. Kill him. The Crown Prince of the Dragons roared. The golden spear instantly erupted with dazzling divine light, and the golden dragon pattern on it seemed as if it had come to life. It carried the might to destroy the world as it charged madly towards Qin Feiyang. You want to kill me? You couldn't last time and you can't do it this time either. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't retreat at all. He slashed with the blood-red sword, and a loud clang resounded as a terrifying wave of air surged madly towards the surroundings. The area was instantly reduced to nothingness. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and looked at Chu Yun. I have a clear conscience towards your demon palace, but you actually joined forces with the dragons to deal with me. How disappointing. Chu Yun grunted coldly and the crimson sword recovered. Sword light dyed the sky as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. You'll pay the price for your betrayal. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He waved his hand, and the castle obliterated the sky as it collided with the crimson sword. The collision between the 3 sovereign weapons and the slaughter domain was extremely terrifying. Chu Yun, the Crown Prince of the Dragons, and the other 4 followers all retreated repeatedly. This was because they couldn't participate in the battle now. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was holding the blood-red sword and fighting with the golden spear, not only the Crown Prince of the Dragons, but even the 2 followers also revealed looks of envy. Although they were all supreme experts who had grasped the ultimate profoundness, they couldn't resist at all in the face of a sovereign weapon, let alone fight head-on like Qin Feiyang. One of the followers came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at the Crown Prince of the Dragons, saying, Your Highness, quickly inform the second princess and the others. The crown prince of the dragons quivered and immediately took out the divine voice stone. That's right. As long as the other princes and princesses rushed over, Qin Feiyang's trap would be his own grave. However, just as he was about to send the message, a monstrous divine might suddenly erupted from the sea below. Following that, he saw a black-clothed young man holding a horsetail whisk and charging into the sky at lightning speed. It's him. Oh no. Protect His Highness. Seeing this, the four followers' faces changed drastically and they hurriedly took the crown prince of the dragons away. The black-clothed young man was naturally the white-eyed wolf. He grinned and the power of the horsetail whisk was vast and mighty like a torrent of beasts, instantly drowning the sky. The bodies of Chu Yun, the first prince of the dragon clan, and the four followers were all bleeding. The cracks were shocking. As for the first prince of the dragon clan, needless to say, the divine voice transmission stone in his hand was shattered on the spot. At this moment, except for Chu Yun, the crown prince of the dragons, and the others fell into despair. All the divine voice stones were destroyed, and there was no way to send a message to the second princess of the dragons and the others. The most important thing was, right now they were too far away from the golden sword and the red sword, and the two sovereign weapons couldn't come to rescue them in time. In the face of a sovereign weapon like the horsetail whisk, there was no way they could survive. In fact, they had thought of the horsetail whisk at first. However, they thought that the horsetail whisk was on Qin Feiyang and was prepared to catch them off guard. However, they never thought that this person would be so cunning. He actually had someone bring the horsetail whisk and hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. As expected, this was a meticulously planned conspiracy. They didn't have any chance to resist at all. What did I tell you just now? I told you not to chase, but you didn't believe me. Now you're going to lose your life here. The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. The pressure of the horsetail whisk firmly imprisoned the six of them, and they couldn't even self-destruct their bodies. Moreover, the pressure was like a mountain that was madly crushing their bodies. Chu Yun's expression was also extremely painful. She transmitted her voice, "White-eyed wolf, just kill me. Before I left my soul in the demon palace." Is that so? Then I'll be at ease and attack. The white-eyed wolf secretly chuckled. The horsetail whisk's pressure once again soared to another level. Accompanied by screams, the bodies of the six people shattered one after another, leaving behind only their souls. Even Chu Yun was the same. "Stinking woman, how dare you betray us? I'll kill you first." The white-eyed wolf looked at Chu Yun with a fierce glint in his eyes. He took a step forward and slapped towards Chu Yun's soul. Chu Yun's beautiful face turned pale, and her soul was immediately destroyed. Seeing Chu Yun fall, the first prince of the dragons and the others became even more terrified. However, after killing Chu Yun, the white-eyed wolf didn't make any more moves. He scanned the void and asked the horsetail whisk, "Did you find anything like a spatial divine object?" "Yes. They all have spatial divine objects, but they have already shattered along with their bodies." The horsetail whisk replied. "Then did you find anyone else?" The white-eyed wolf asked again. "No." The horsetail whisk said. "Then it seems that the fire dragon is indeed not with them." "How lucky." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. In fact, the one he wanted to kill the most was the fire dragon. Thinking back to all these years, the fire dragon had repeatedly come to find trouble with them and made them extremely embarrassed every time. Just thinking about it made him angry. However, he had to admit that the fire dragon was really lucky to be able to escape every time. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the horsetail whisk and said, "Severely injure their souls and then go help little Qin Zi." "Okay." The horsetail whisk replied. More than half of the souls of the first prince of the dragons and the others were immediately destroyed by the power of the horsetail whisk. Then they shattered the sky and rushed towards the golden spear like lightning. "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you yet." The white-eyed wolf glanced at the broken souls of the five people and grinned. He activated the power of laws and formed a palm-sized barrier to imprison the souls of the five people. Then he looked at the battlefield where Qin Feiyang was and shouted, "You asked me to kill you with one blow and I did it. Now it's time to see your performance. Leave that sovereign divine weapon behind." Chapter 3487. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's roar, Qin Feiyang was finally relieved. He was afraid that an accident would happen and all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf was quite reliable at the critical moment. Boom. The horsetail whisk rushed over aggressively. "Go!" Seeing this, the golden spear roared and suddenly blasted toward the blood-red long sword. Qin Feiyang was immediately sent flying. Immediately, Under Qin Feiyang's astonished gaze, the golden spear flew away without looking back. What's going on? Not only Qin Feiyang but also the castle, the horsetail whisk, and the red longsword were a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the golden spear try its best to find an opportunity to take away the divine souls of the crown prince and the other dragons? But now it actually left so decisively. Qin Feiyang, keep up the good work. The red long sword came back to its senses and secretly encouraged Qin Feiyang. Then it also flew away like lightning. Are we still chasing it? Qin Feiyang looked at the castle and the horsetail whisk. The castle said lightly, if you can guarantee that you can catch it, then we will accompany you. Guarantee? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. Who could guarantee this? After all, the other party was a sovereign divine weapon. With his current speed, he was not even qualified to eat dust behind. Forget it. Capturing the first prince of the dragon race and his men is not a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then he stepped on the space-time step and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf. The castle and the horsetail whisk followed closely behind. What's going on? Seeing Qin Feiyang fly over so quickly, the white-eyed wolf looked a little surprised. They ran away. They are quite decisive. It was too late to stop them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ran away. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He pointed at the remnant souls imprisoned in the enchantment and frowned. Aren't we going to save them? Looks like you don't want to save him. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Then he said angrily, you're so useless. The horsetail whisk went to help, but you still let it escape? What do you mean? That's a sovereign weapon, not a heaven-defying one, okay? Why don't you give it a try? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Who in the Sky Cloud realm could guarantee that they could stop a sovereign divine weapon? Besides, he didn't expect the golden spear to flee so decisively. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. He smiled and said, then forget it. I don't have that ability. Of course you don't have that ability. Suddenly, the voice of the first prince of the dragons sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback. They turned their heads to look at the enchantment. The remnant soul of the first prince of the dragons gradually condensed into the shape of a divine dragon. Although it was a little blurry, it was obvious that there was a trace of anger and resentment in his eyes. And strangely, there seemed to be a hint of ridicule. We don't, but you do? The white-eyed wolf looked at him disdainfully. The first prince of the dragons glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, who are you? Take a guess. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Not interested. The first prince of the dragons shook his head. The white-eyed wolf shook his body and immediately returned to his original form. So it's you. The first prince of the dragons suddenly realized. Yes. It's you, brother wolf. Do you have anything to say now? Feel free to say whatever you want. The white-eyed wolf smiled playfully. The first prince of the dragons took a deep breath and ignored the white-eyed wolf. His gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and said, you win again this time. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Have you figured out how to fuse with my Eye of Heaven? The first prince of the dragons asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. It's too early for you to be happy. Although I've fallen into your hands, it doesn't mean that you've won. It's not that easy to fuse with my Eye of Heaven. The first prince of the dragon's mocking tone became more and more obvious. Then he said, how about this? It's meaningless to always use a dominator weapon and it won't show off our strength. Why don't we find a time and place to have a fair duel without relying on any dominator weapons? What? A duel to the death? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf, the castle, and the horsetail whisk were also surprised. This guy must have been scared out of his wits. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense? He was only a remnant soul now. How could he be qualified to challenge Qin Feiyang to a duel? You must be wondering if I'm crazy right now. I don't know my own situation. A prisoner who's about to be killed dares to challenge you to a duel? Am I right? The first prince of the dragons asked. Isn't that right? If we want to kill you now, we can just move our fingers. What right do you have to challenge little Qinzi to a duel? The white-eyed wolf sneered. At first, I thought that you were quite powerful. After all, I was tricked by you this time and didn't have a chance to turn things around. But now it seems that you're just SOSO. The first prince of the dragons laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, what do you think? Do you want to challenge me? We won't use the divine weapon or the killing domain. We'll rely on our own means. Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this person mean? How could he be so calm when he was about to die? Wait. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he looked at the first prince of the dragons in surprise. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and was shocked. Did he really miss something? It seems that you found out. The first prince of the dragons laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and a monstrous anger surged in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "You left your divine soul in the dragon nest?" What? The white-eyed wolf's body trembled. His divine soul was left in the dragon nest? Then wouldn't he have worked for nothing? That's right. There's a saying that humans learn from their mistakes. Last time in the Yin Demon Land, I almost died at your hands and learned about your methods and brains. Naturally, I didn't dare to be careless again. So this time, I left my divine soul in the dragon nest in advance. The first prince of the dragons chuckled, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said jokingly, "Do you still think I'm a prisoner now? Now do you know why the golden dragons left so decisively?" Damn it. The white-eyed wolf's hair stood on end. He had worked so hard for half a day, but it really was for nothing. You didn't work for nothing because I really did fall into your trap, and I really did feel an even greater sense of humiliation and anger. This humiliation and anger is making me lose my mind. As the first prince of the dragons, I've been the son of everyone's eyes since I was young. But in the end, I lost to you, Qin Feiyang, one after another. Especially since you also opened the eye of heaven like me. This makes me even angrier. Both of us have opened the eye of heaven, so why did I fall into your trap again and again? Is it because you have the power of the violet gold dragon bloodline? I refuse to accept this. The bloodline power of the five-clawed divine dragon is the noblest, purest and most orthodox bloodline power of the dragons. The eye of heaven bloodline power, the two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. You want to kill me and I want to kill you. Then let us have a real contest. If I lose, I'll give you the eye of heaven, including my life, with both hands. Do you dare? The first prince of the dragons shouted, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang stared at the first prince of the dragons, his eyes extremely gloomy. He truly couldn't accept the fact that he had worked for nothing. In order to deal with the first prince of the dragons, he had spent the last 2 days thinking, but he had never imagined that he would end up with nothing. Yes, the first prince of the dragons was right. He had won this contest, but he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Crack. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said coldly, "What's there to be afraid of? The time and place you choose. If I lose, I will also give you the eye of heaven and my life." Great. I will inform you of the time and place when the time comes. You just have to be prepared. Because when the time comes, I will return the humiliation and anger you brought to me 1,000 times over. The first prince of the dragons laughed, and his soul automatically dissipated in the enchantment. At the same time, the 4 followers were the same. It was obvious that they had left their souls in the dragon's nest. I'm going crazy. The white-eyed wolf looked at the empty enchantment and couldn't help but roar. Qin Feiyang's expression was also ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still missed something. Although the plan was very successful, he still felt uncomfortable. It's fine. Keep up the good work. The castle comforted him and went straight to the black tortoise world. Sigh. The horsetail whisk sighed and comforted with a smile. Don't be discouraged. Although you didn't get the eye of heaven, you still showed your strength. Otherwise, the first prince of the dragons wouldn't have issued you a challenge. Can you not say nice things? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. No. I'm telling the truth. Why did he issue you a challenge? That's because he saw how powerful you are and couldn't find a way to deal with you. So he had to grit his teeth and have a fair duel with you. To be honest, I feel sorry for him. To think that the first prince of the dragon race would be forced into such a state by a human. The horsetail whisk smiled. Okay, go rest. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay. The horsetail whisk responded and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Not good at all. The white-eyed wolf looked around and said angrily to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ingrate, and then strands of cold lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. He raised his head to look at the horizon and sneered. If you're displeased, then go find someone to vent it on. Find who? The white-eyed wolf paused and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Find the other princes and princesses while there's still time in the slaughter zone. Moreover, we can't waste so much blood. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes, find them. The white-eyed wolf nodded and waved his paw. A space-time passage appeared in the void and then the man and wolf walked in with murderous intent. Chapter 3488. Eastern Continent. At the entrance of the Yin Demon Land. There were more people lingering at the entrance than before. Brother, I want to ask you something. What is it? Are you in the Een Demon Land? For the past 1,000 years I've been training in the Een Demon Land. I admire you. Since you've been training here for 1,000 years, you must know about Qin Feiyang's situation. Qin Feiyang? Yes, there's a rumor that Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in the Een Demon Land. Is this true? All this? It's true. I saw them enter the Een Demon Land with my own eyes. He really did come to the Een Devil Land? What happened after he entered the Een Devil Land? It's a long story. I heard that a mysterious force appeared in the central region. The people and beasts of this force have a blood mark between their eyebrows. Their strength is stronger than ordinary people. It said that Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Winged Wolf King, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan fought with this mysterious force in the depths of the central region. As for what happened in the end, no one knows. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. Anyone who has been to the Een Demon Land knows about this. It's not a secret. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended above the entrance. The people lingering at the entrance looked up. Their eyes trembled. They saw a man and a wolf standing in the air. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. Especially the man. He was holding a blood-red sword. His entire body seemed to be bathed in blood. Isn't that Qin Feiyang and Golden Winged Wolf King? Is that the legendary slaughter domain? So terrifying. It's on par with the sovereign weapon. However, why did he activate the slaughter domain and come to the land of Een Devils? Everyone was shocked. This was the first time for many people to see the slaughter domain, and they were filled with shock. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, they lowered their heads and scanned the mountains and rivers below. At the same time, they activated their divine senses and sent them in all directions. Brother Qin, may I ask, who are you looking for? If it is, tell us. Maybe we've seen it before because us brothers have always been in the Een Devil Land. A middle-aged man in black raised his head and asked Qin Feiyang. Behind him stood 5 middle-aged men. This was a small team. Teams like this not only existed in the Een Devil Lands, but also in the various Forbidden Lands. After all, with your strength alone, it was not easy to survive in the various great forbidden areas. Thus, many people would choose to form teams with others so that they could look after each other. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to implicate innocent people. Qin Feiyang smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "To the land of buried gods." Because no one from the dragon clan could be found here. The white-eyed wolf nodded and also withdrew his divine sense. He activated the law of space and a transmission channel appeared. Immediately, 1 man and 1 wolf entered the transmission channel without looking back. What's the situation? They actually want to go to the land of buried gods. Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. They must be looking for someone important. Everyone was discussing. The land of buried gods was located between the eastern and northern continents. The degree of danger was no less than the Een Devil Lands. Every day, countless people or beasts died in the land of buried gods. At the entrance, it was still a series of steep mountains. At the entrance there were many people recuperating. Some of them even had serious injuries. Boom. Suddenly, the 2 powerful auras descended. The people below were shocked and looked up. It's them. At a glance, they recognized Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the slaughter domain and the blood-red sword, whether it was a human or a beast, their eyes were filled with awe. Not a single word. 1 man and 1 wolf released their divine sense at the same time, rolling in all directions. In an instant, it covered tens of millions of miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of the prince and princess of the dragons. What's the situation? Aren't they blocking the entrances of these forbidden areas? Could it be that they gave up the blockade after we attacked the prince of the Blood Dragon clan in the land of Heavy Domain? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang was silent. Suddenly, his face changed and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that we won't continue." What? The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "The first prince of the dragons is not dead, so the other princes and princesses should have received the news." You mean they have all withdrawn now? The white-eyed wolf asked. I don't think they just withdrew. Now they should all stay together and they might even be looking for us. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he lowered his head and whispered a few words in the white-eyed wolf's ear. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and opened the space-time transmission channel. I don't believe that we can't even find one entrance to the land of Heavy Domain in the southern continent. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, and stepped into the transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. They left just like that? They still want to go to the entrance of the land of heavy domain in the southern continent. What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended, led by a few young men and women, and their eyes emitted a piercing cold light. Behind them there were 2 followers and their aura was unfathomable. That's right. They were the other princes and princesses of the dragons. At first, when they received the news from the first prince, they immediately gathered and went to White Crane Island, ready to catch Qin Feiyang off guard. However, when they rushed to White Crane Island, it was already empty. Then they thought that Qin Feiyang might come to hunt them down. After all, the prince of the Blood Dragon clan was attacked by Qin Feiyang last time, so they used the Demon Palace's network to investigate Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. So, they found out that Qin Feiyang had appeared at the entrance of the Yin Demon Land. By the time they arrived, Qin Feiyang had already left. When they inquired, they found out that Qin Feiyang had come to this place again. Thereupon, without stopping to rest, they hurried over. But in the end, they didn't see Qin Feiyang here. Where is Qin Feiyang? A woman in green looked at the people below and asked murderously. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the Golden-Winged Wolf King were looking for them, and at the same time, there was a group of people looking for them? Speak. The woman in green shouted, and a terrifying pressure surged toward the people below. They went to the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent. Someone hurriedly shouted. They went to the southern continent again? It seems that it's as we expected. They are preparing to hunt us down. Fortunately, we were notified in time. Otherwise, we would have been defeated by them one by one. This person is really difficult to deal with. However, since we already know where they went, it's time for us to hunt them down. What's so great about the slaughter region? What's so great about having 2 sovereign divine weapons? The princes and princesses snorted coldly and activated the space-time teleportation divine artifact and walked in. Originally, they were all fighting for themselves. Because in their initial opinion, with their strength and means, it was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang. But now, after several confrontations, they finally realized that they had greatly underestimated this person's ability. Especially this time. The first prince came with 4 followers full of confidence, but in the end he died before he could achieve anything. When they received the news, they were also very shocked. How could there be such a terrifying person? Therefore they had no choice but to join forces. However, it was worth mentioning that the second princess, the third prince, and the prince of the blood dragons were nowhere to be seen. The southern continent. A desolate mountain stood at the border of the continent. At the end of the mountain, there was an endless black desert, which was the heavy region. After passing through here, one would reach the exit of the heavy region of the western continent. However, at the entrance of the heavy region of the southern continent, there was not a single creature at this time. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a door flashing with divine light opened. The woman in green and the others rushed out aggressively, but when they saw the empty entrance, their expressions suddenly froze. What's going on? Didn't they say that they came to the southern continent? Where is he now? Something's not right. Not only did we not see Qin Feiyang and the Golden-Winged Wolf King, but we also didn't see any other humans or beasts. Previously, I was responsible for blocking the entrance here. Before I left, there were still many humans cultivating here. A young muscular man with his upper body exposed glanced at the entrance in surprise. Hearing the muscular man's words, the woman in green and the other's pupils shrank slightly. Something must have happened since it was so abnormal. She immediately prepared to release her divine sense. Clang. But at this moment, accompanied by a deafening sword cry, a blood-red sword chi flooded the sky like a raging wave and instantly shrouded a group of people. A scream suddenly sounded. Whether it was the princes, princesses, or the group of followers, their bodies were shattered by the terrifying sword chi on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Boom. Clang. However, just as the group of people's divine souls were about to be annihilated, the aura of the sovereign divine weapons emerged and instantly disintegrated the blood-red sword chi. There they are. One of the followers pointed at the mountain peak not far away and roared angrily. The others followed his finger and immediately saw a space-time portal on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were standing in front of the portal. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapons, you would have been dead by now. You want to hunt us down with such little ability? Go back, wash up and sleep early. The white-eyed wolf sneered and followed Qin Feiyang into the space-time portal without looking back. Bastard. The group of princesses and princes were furious. The group of followers looked at the rapidly dissipating space-time portal and fell silent. Chapter 3489. The princes and princesses were angry and unwilling, but the group of followers were more afraid and in awe. They were once again schemed against by Qin Feiyang and were almost wiped out. No. In fact, it was no different from being wiped out, because their physical bodies were all destroyed. As the white-eyed wolf said, if it weren't for their sovereign divine weapons, they would have been destroyed. The most terrifying thing was the brains and schemes of Qin Feiyang and the others. Because it was obvious. Qin Feiyang and the others had already thought of it. They had joined forces. And they also guessed that they were looking for them. Therefore, Qin Feiyang and the others beat them at their own game and deliberately exposed their whereabouts, luring them here and giving them a fatal blow. Could be said that every step was within the calculations of Qin Feiyang and the others. They had been led by the nose. Your Highness, let's go back to the dragon's nest. One of the followers looked at the divine soul of the woman in green and sighed. Back to the dragon's nest? The woman in green raised her eyebrows. Yes. Back to the dragon's nest. The follower nodded. The other followers were also silent. They also agreed to go back to the dragon's nest. Because in these few battles, the dragons had never been able to gain the upper hand. They were all suppressed by Qin Feiyang and the others. The first prince, the second princess, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the princes and princesses standing in front of them had successively fallen in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Now, only the little princess was left safe and sound. In short, they had already lost confidence in their own princesses and princes. It was impossible for them to fight against Qin Feiyang and the others. The gap was too big. I'm not going back. It's embarrassing to go back now. I can't take this lying down. The princesses and princes snorted coldly. Seeing this, the group of followers sighed. Couldn't they see the reality clearly? Qin Feiyang and the others, whether in terms of brains or means, were better than them. Did they have to wait until they died in the hands of the other party before they were willing to give up? The southern continent. Outside the entrance of the Yin Devil land, in the air above a mountain range. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood facing the wind. Awesome. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Although he did not manage to kill a group of people, he managed to destroy a group of people's physical bodies. It could be considered as venting his anger. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the Yin Devil land and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, apart from the dragon race's little princess, the other princes and princesses have all suffered disastrous losses. Next they should choose to return to the dragon nest. Return to the dragon nest? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, not necessarily. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They are all proud and arrogant people. How can they swallow this insult? I can guarantee that they will continue to stay outside and think of ways to deal with us. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, this little princess of the dragons, shouldn't we teach her a lesson? I don't believe that she doesn't know that the first prince left his soul in the dragon nest. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Not necessarily. When you met her, you also heard what she said. She and the first prince of the dragons are not on good terms. There are many things about the first prince of the dragons that she doesn't know. Simply put, they are both guarding against each other. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although they each had their own motives, he had to admit that they needed the little princess of the dragons as an ally. Therefore, he did not agree to attack the little princess of the dragons. Then why don't we stay here for a while? If the dragons really want to return to the dragon nest, this is the only way. We can also give them a fatal blow. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and said, okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He suppressed the aura of the blood-red sword and activated the concealment technique. The man and wolf immediately hid in the void. Time passed little by little. The time of the slaughter domain was finally over. But until now the group of dragons had not arrived. Obviously, these people did not choose to return to the dragon nest. When the slaughter domain ended, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The blood-red sword dissipated, and the murderous aura also subsided. Then what are we going to do now? The white-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Now, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and said, it's time to go to the other 3 forbidden areas to take a look. By the way, that white-bearded old man, where did you throw him? I threw him in the sky cloud sea. As for whether he's dead or alive now, I don't know. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. After thinking for a while, he frowned. I don't know why, but I always feel that this white-bearded old man doesn't seem to be as simple as he seems on the surface. You're thinking too much. When he was being chased by the first Prince of Dragons and the others, you didn't see his frightened look, and it didn't seem to be an act at all. The white-eyed wolf disdained. Maybe it's my imagination, Qin Feiyang whispered. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound transmission god stone rang. Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission god stone and took a look, then brought the white-eyed wolf into the black tortoise realm. Then he activated the sound transmission god stone, and Elder Hua's shadow quickly appeared. Elder Hua chuckled, your actions are a bit fast. Not long after you killed the first Prince of Dragons, you destroyed the bodies of the other princes and princesses. The first prince is not dead. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This old man already knows. I also didn't expect that he would actually leave his divine soul in the dragon nest. Elder Hua sighed. How did you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When you were fighting on White Crane Island, this old man hid in the dark and watched the battle. Don't be discouraged. Although it didn't go as planned this time, the plan was still very successful. Elder Hua smiled slightly, his eyes filled with encouragement. It's not that I'm discouraged, it's just that my heart is filled with anxiety. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You young people are not easily satisfied. If it was this old man who could achieve this step, I would definitely feel a little proud in my heart. Elder Hua shook his head, then said, I'm sending you a message now because I have a piece of news to tell you. Those princesses and princes are currently recuperating in the He clan. He clan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it sound a little familiar? The white-eyed wolf looked at Elder Hua and asked, Is it the number one family in the southern continent, the He clan? Yes. Elder Hua nodded. The white-eyed wolf nodded, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you still remember when we came out of the Yin Demon Land, we met someone called Yun Zifeng? Yun Zifeng, Qin Feiyang muttered, then patted his head and nodded, I remember now. At that time I thought that this person was pretty good. Yun Zifeng was from the Yun clan, which was the number 2 family in the southern continent. The old ancestor of the Yun clan was the deputy hall master of the deities Templar. The He clan was the number 1 family in the southern continent, and the old ancestor of the deities Templar was also the hall master of the deities Templar. According to Pei Tianhong, there was a deep grudge between the two families. Pei Tianhong even suggested that he should rope in the Yun clan. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and asked, Why did they go to the He clan to recuperate? I think, firstly, they just happened to be in the southern continent. Secondly, they might have noticed the He clan's strength and wanted to rope them in to deal with you. After all, once you have the He clan's support, it's equivalent to having the deities Templar's support. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang frowned, but the He clan doesn't have the final say in the deities Templar. There's still the Yun clan. Elder Hua was slightly stunned, then he smiled, It seems that you already know the deities Templar's situation. Old Pei told me before. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Elder Hua suddenly smiled. He had forgotten that Qin Feiyang still had Pei Tianhong by his side. Pei Tianhong basically knew what he knew, so he immediately said, The deities Templar's power shouldn't be underestimated. You mean you want me to rope in the He clan? Qin Feiyang asked. In front of the powerful dragons, how could the He clan choose to stand with you? Not everyone in the Sky Cloud domain supports you like the Demonic Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, Then what do you mean? Start with the Yun clan. The He clan will definitely choose to follow the dragons. And the Yun clan, which is opposing the He clan, is an opportunity for you. However, this matter is still up to you to decide. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, Then, who is in charge of the deities Templar's sovereign divine weapon? Everyone knew that the most important thing for a force was the sovereign divine weapon. Having the sovereign divine weapon was equivalent to having great power. The dragons and his group would go to the He clan. On one hand, they valued the deities Templar's power. On the other hand, it was because of the sovereign divine weapon. Therefore, if they really wanted to rope in, they would definitely rope in the side with the sovereign divine weapon. The deities Templar is a little special. Therefore, the sovereign divine weapon is placed in the sacred ground of the deities Templar. And this place, it is said that the 2 old ancestors of the He clan and the Yun clan have to take out the key at the same time to open it and take out the sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua explained. Qin Feiyang asked, That means they don't have direct control over it? No. In layman's terms, this sovereign divine weapon doesn't belong to anyone. It is the shared property of the 2 families. Elder Hua nodded. Then this is interesting. If the He clan really cooperates with the dragons, then the He clan will definitely use the dragon's hands to seize the other key from the Yun clan and obtain the right to control the sovereign divine weapon. At that time, the Yun clan will no longer have the qualifications to fight with the He clan. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's right. In these years, the He clan has already shown signs of suppressing the Yun clan. Once the He clan obtains the sovereign divine weapon, the Yun clan will definitely be the first target to be eliminated. I believe that the Yun clan is also very clear about this. But now, the Yun clan still doesn't know that the dragons have entered the He clan. At that time, they won't even have the slightest bit of defense. So at this time, if you think that the Yun clan's power is useful to you, you can try to find them. Elder Hua said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Then, let me think about it. Alright, this old man won't interfere in your matters. You can decide for yourself. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Because Qin Feiyang's performance was already quite outstanding, he couldn't do anything about it. It might even be more of a hindrance,